Welcome to this English speaking masterclass. Today you're going to practice speaking in English for 4 hours. This is an interactive class and you're going to practice speaking with me in real time. I'll ask you questions and you'll open your mouth and answer. And you'll improve your fluency along the way because you'll learn bonus vocabulary and grammar. Welcome back to JForrest English. Of course, I'm Jennifer. Now let's get started.
So here is your exercise. I want you to look at this picture, take the keyword yesterday. Now, to form a sentence in English, you always have to ask yourself, what's my subject? What's my verb? And what verb tense do I need? And how is that verb tense conjugated with the subject? Before you go on and you add more information to your sentence, that is the basic information that you need to form a grammatically correct sentence in English. And I see all my students make mistakes with this very simple but very important concept. My beginner students, intermediate students, and my most advanced students. And notice the red box on the screen that says answer out loud. You need to open your mouth and answer because saying it in your head, thinking it in your head is a very different experience from opening your mouth, having the sounds come out, practicing your pronunciation, and practicing your speaking as well. So, what do we need here? We have a subject. The subject could be the woman. You could describe her as well. It could even be the cat, could be the subject. We have one cat, he, she, or it, because we often use the subject it for animals. But you could also reference them as both cats, which would be the subject they, or you can look at all of them. The woman and the two cats would also be they because there's more than one. So we need a subject and then you need a verb and you need to take your time reference yesterday and think about what verb tense you need. Okay, so one has an example here. I took a picture with the kittens. Exactly. Now you can just add on the time reference. So yesterday is flexible. You could say, yesterday I took a picture with the kittens, or I took a picture with the kittens yesterday. You could put it at the beginning or the end. Now, notice here we have the word kittens, but do you notice anything about how I pronounce this? Kittens, kittens. In American English, when we have a T or two T's between vowels, we pronounce the T's as a very soft D. Kittens, kittens. Now, you are not required to do this. You can absolutely say kittens, kittens, but just know that a native American speaker will not do that. So get comfortable with understanding this style of speech. So repeat after me, kittens, 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 kittens. Excellent. Let's see what else we have here. Mylene said, hello, Mylene. Yesterday, I went visit my friend and her lovely cat. Exactly. I love this. And I love how you added lovely, an adjective to describe the cat. This is a great way to sound more advanced, to expand on a simple idea, is to add an adjective. Lovely. What else could we say for the kittens, for the cats, kittens, whatever you want to say? What other adjectives could you use? Think of one and put it in the comments as well. Maybe adorable cat could be one of them as well. Now, there is an issue with your verb. So you have to ask yourself, what's my verb? And in this case, your verb is to visit. And then you put that in the past simple, visited. Yesterday, I visited my friend and her lovely cat. You don't need went visit, but you did correctly conjugate the verb to go in the past simple, which would be went. Great job. Glenda said, yesterday she was in bed all day with her cats. Exactly. Very nice. She was in bed. So the verb is to be conjugated with she. She was in bed all day. I like how you added an additional time reference all day with her cats. And not required, but if you wanted to, Glendis and everyone else, you can add an adjective in front of cats with her adorable cats, her playful cats. Okay, Elson said yesterday she rubbed her cats all day long because she had missed them too much. Very nice. Now imagine I'm holding a cat and I'm doing this. What is this? What is the action? It's not rub. So this is more of a rub, and you can rub someone's back, for example, or you can rub your arm if it's sore. Generally, we rub our arm or a part of our body if it's sore or for relaxation purposes, but we have a specific word for this. And my smart students know this one. Mylene, petting, exactly. And oh, sorry, wrong one. Manfi, petting, exactly. Luis, to pet, exactly. So she pet because the verb is to pet, and then the past simple is pet. But you could put it in the past continuous. Yesterday, she was petting. She was petting her cats all day. Or yesterday, she pet. That's the past simple. Yesterday, she pet her pet. And Freddie is exactly right. Oh, where did you go, Freddie? Freddie is exactly right. I love this, Freddie. Awesome job. You pet your pets because these two cats are pets. The animals you own are called pets, but the verb is to pet. So you pet your pets. Excellent job, Freddie. Really nicely done. Wonderful job, everyone. So, are you enjoying this lesson? Do you like this style of lesson where we practice together? We practice live. I give you feedback. And if you're watching the replay, please let me know as well. If you like this lesson, put yes, yes, yes. So I know you want me to keep making all of these lessons. Put yes, yes, yes. And if you like me helping you and commenting and correcting you, put yes, yes, yes in the comments. And of course, make sure you like this lesson and subscribe if you haven't already. Okay, now how about this one? But notice we have a completely different keyword. Repeat after me because I know R sound can be very difficult for some students. So repeat after me. Rarely, rarely. So at the end, lee, and then rarely, airly. So airly, but then you add an extra on in front of air. Rarely. Repeat after me. Rarely. So what does rarely mean? And what is this a keyword for? Because when you see a time reference, the time reference tells you what verb tense you need. The time reference gives you a lot of information. So, what does this mean? If you know, put it in the comments. And what verb tense do you need with this keyword? If you know, put it in the comments.
Are you enjoying this lesson? If you are, then I want to tell you about the Finally Fluent Academy. This is my premium training program where we study native English speakers from TV, movies, YouTube, and the news so you can improve your listening skills of fast English, expand your vocabulary with natural expressions, and learn advanced grammar easily. Plus, you'll have me as your personal coach. You can look in the description for the link to learn more, or you can go to my website and click on Finally Fluent Academy. Now let's continue with our lesson.
Jonathan said, I rarely read a book. Yes, very nicely done, Jonathan. I rarely read. So what verb tense is this? Read, read. It's the present simple because it's not conjugated. But remember, in the present simple, if you have she, which we have in this picture, and that's why I chose one singular person in this picture. Now, interestingly, you could also use the store because where is she? She's in a store. The store could be your subject, but the store would also be conjugated in the third person singular he, she, it. And as Louise said, present simple for routines. Exactly. This is a routine. The things you commonly do, and also the things that you rarely do, which would be the opposite of commonly. So Matthew said, I rarely have coffee. Exactly. So maybe you have coffee once a week, twice a month. There is no set definition for how frequently an action takes place with rarely, but it's just not a regular part of your daily routine. But let's look at the image because I want you to specifically practice with the subject she, this woman, or even the store. And why do I want you to practice with those subjects? The third person singular, because this is the most common mistake I see all my students make, even my most advanced students. She rarely, this is the mistake. And I am so glad you made this mistake. And this is the thing when you make mistakes, it's nothing to be upset about. It's actually a great thing because you learn. If you make a mistake, it's an opportunity to learn, to correct yourself, and to improve. So, this is a mistake. Mylene, this is also a mistake. This is why I wanted to practice with this. But Rosa has it. She rarely buys sugar. Exactly. She rarely buys sugar. So, what was the mistake before? You need to add the S, or for spelling, sometimes you need ES, depending on spelling, S or ES for he, she, it. She rarely buys sugar. Very nice. Okay. Blandine. Very nice sentence. Maybe this woman has just found a product that is rarely available in that shop. Really nice sentence. An excellent job using your keyword rarely. Now, if you wanted to form this in a simple sentence, this is a very complex advanced sentence. Congratulations. This is awesome. If you wanted to form a simple sentence, you always ask yourself subject, verb, object. What's my subject? What's my verb? Does my verb match the subject? What's my verb tense? Okay. So we could be this product, could be our subject. This product is, because our verb to be conjugated with he, she, it. This product is it. It is rarely available in this shop. So that would be a simple sentence, but excellent job making a very complex sentence. Natalie says she buys product online rarely. Okay, excellent job conjugating your verb because you added that S. For our placement, an adverb of frequency, for the placement, we want subject, adverb of frequency, verb. She rarely buys products online. And you want to add an S to product because you're not talking about a specific product, you're talking about any product. So you want to have that S to talk about it as a group, the noun as a whole. Okay, excellent job, everyone. How about this one? And notice we have a different time reference. We have right now. And there are many different subjects you could choose from. You could talk about all of these people as a group, as the team, which would be a collective noun, the group, it, the team, it. Of course, you could say they. You could focus on certain people, the woman standing with her arms crossed, the woman sitting with glasses, for example, the man standing with glasses. So you can get creative with your subjects. All right, what could we say? And we have right now. What verb tense do we need with the keyword right now? Right now. One tried a sentence. Let's see. They are working right now on a project. Excellent. So, what verb tense is this? Put it in the comments. Even if you're watching the replay, I still want you to participate. And it's so important to participate because simply by writing this down, you will remember it more. You're practicing it by saying it out loud, by repeating after me. You're practicing. It's taking your studying and turning it into active practice. The more active practice you get, the better. So, what verb tense is this? The present continuous. Excellent job. Okay. Saida said, the team, excellent job. The team, a collective noun, is working. So our verb is to work, is working on an amazing and new project right now. Excellent job. So I didn't correct this with the last comment, but the placement of right now, you would want at the very beginning or at the very end. And notice here, amazing, that's our adjective, but because it starts with a vowel sound, amazing, you want your article to have an an. And this is just for pronunciation because it's easier to say an amazing instead of amazing. If I say amazing, I take a pause. If I say an amazing, I can combine the sounds together. So if you were ever curious why you need to add that N, it's simply for pronunciation. So repeat after me, an amazing, an amazing. Awesome job. And notice how those sounds combine together. Okay. Dillsol said, I and my friends are watching the movie Inside Out 2 from my computer right now. Look at that. Excellent job pretending what this group of friends and including yourself as well. Now, Dillsol, there's one thing you need to do when you use the subject I and other people in English. Does anyone know what we need to do to correct this sentence? And I'm also asking you these questions because being able to look at something and self correct, to analyze it and think about where the mistake is such a powerful way to learn and to improve and to permanently remember this information. So even if you're watching live, I encourage you to watch this again on the replay and then you can pause and think about all of this information as well. Okay, so what you need to do is you always start with the other people and then you put the subject I last. So in this case, it would be my friends and I are watching. Now, let's say it was John, Bill. Well, I'll use actual students, Ashen, Ava, and Juan. You would say Ashen, Avin, Juan, and I. It doesn't matter how many people, and I is always last. Exactly as Horatio said, and other students said as well. So, really nicely done. All right. Awesome job, everyone. Now, Whoa, how about this one? I like this image. Mysterious, isn't it? So look at this man, look at the emotion. What else do you see in this image? And most importantly, think of the time reference here 3 hours. What verb tense do we need? So for the subject, most likely you would use this man. You could be creative and think of another subject. The weather could be the subject, for example. But it seems like this man is the star of this photo. So this man, for 3 hours. So we'll keep for 3 hours at the very end of the sentence and ask yourself, what verb tense do I need? And then also remember, you have to conjugate your verb tense as well. Okay. Juan said he has been waiting for his girlfriend for about 3 hours. Excellent job adding for about. Adding the word about before a time reference means approximately. Could be 2 hours, 50 minutes. It could be 3 hours, 10 minutes approximately for about 3 hours. You could also say for around 3 hours. For approximately would be the most formal way for approximately 3 hours. Very nice. And what's the verb tense? The present perfect continuous. Now, the other verb tenses are possible, other perfect verb tenses are possible, but the easiest one in most situations is the present perfect continuous. He has been waiting. Excellent job, because you need to take your verb have and conjugate it with the subject. Okay. Saida said he has been waiting for her for 3 hours to explain his emotions to her. Exactly. It looks like he definitely has something on his mind for sure. Okay. I like this one, Dong. He has been pondering. When you ponder something, it's when you think about something, but you think about it quite focused, quite seriously. So to ponder, it sounds stronger than think. When you think deeply, he has been pondering. I love that word. Everyone repeat after me. Ponder, ponder. And then add the ing, pondering, pondering. He has been pondering at the beach for 3 hours. Very nice. I like this one, Alejandro. He has been observing the river for 3 hours. Exactly. So to observe, he has been observing. Very nice. And everyone is conjugating your verb correctly. He has been. Excellent. I've seen everyone get it right so far. Really nicely done. Okay. Excellent job, everyone. And this is a sign of fluency, being able to instantly think of what verb tense you need and to change the verb tense based on information like the time reference. So, really nicely done. How about this? Not yet. Not yet. But you'll have to change this information to match. So, not is letting you know that it's negative, but that's not necessarily the word you need. It depends on the sentence you form. So, you have to take that information and change it based on the sentence. But this is what you have. So, we want a negative, not, and we want the keyword yet. Is this a more advanced one, perhaps? Let's see what examples you have. We have one woman. You can tell by the emotion on her face. And then we also have a computer. We could be creative about other subjects as well. Ava is right on it. That was very fast, Ava. She hasn't done her homework yet. Very nicely done. So notice hasn't, has not, and then as a contraction, hasn't. And then the subject is she. So that's why you need has in the negative. She has done her homework. That's the positive. She has done her homework. She hasn't done her homework yet. Now, adding yet just lets you know that there's still possibility to do the homework. The time reference is still open. So it's possible for her to do her homework. She hasn't done her homework yet. Very nice. Excellent job. Jarek said, "We are not done listening to you yet." Exactly. We're not done listening to you yet. I'm happy to hear that. Manfi said, "I have not clicked the like button yet. But I definitely will. Well, don't wait. Just click it right now so you don't forget. But this is an excellent one. I haven't. So you can take have not and form the contraction. Have not, haven't. I haven't clicked the like button yet, but I definitely will. And you can because it's an ongoing time reference. Very nice. Freddie said she hasn't gotten the email she expects for yet. Yeah, she hasn't gotten the email she's expecting. She is expecting. She hasn't gotten the email she's expecting yet. Very nicely done. Okay. Or Lofty said she hasn't, has not, as a contraction. Repeat after me. Hasn't. She hasn't received his answer yet. Exactly. And she's refresh, hoping to receive his answer. And maybe it was the man we saw before. Maybe she's waiting, but he's pondering how to answer and she's waiting. Oh, very clever. Okay, how about this one? Our time reference is tomorrow. Tomorrow is, of course, in the future. So we can look at this image. We can think about this man as the subject. You can be creative and think of other subjects as well. Look at the activity that might be taking place. And let's practice a sentence with the word tomorrow. Tomorrow. What could this be? Tomorrow they'll be done with that. Very nicely done, Jonathan. Seeing this as a completed action in the future. They will, as a contraction, everyone repeat after me. They'll, they'll be done. They'll be done with that. They'll be done with that tomorrow. Excellent job. Really nicely done. Juan said, the man will paint the wall tomorrow. Exactly. The man will paint the wall tomorrow. Very nice. Jarek said, tomorrow I'll watch one of your videos to expand my vocabulary. Woohoo! I'm so happy to hear that. Okay. Very nicely done, everyone. Chrisandy said he will finish painting the building tomorrow. Exactly. Very nice. Horatio said he must hurry because tomorrow is the deadline. Really nicely done. I like this. Tomorrow is the deadline. And like he must hurry. And then providing the reason why. Well, why? And then you can use the word because. He must hurry. Must is a very strong word. There's an obligation. He must hurry because tomorrow is the deadline. Exactly. Ezat said, tomorrow I'll be done the work with him. Very nice. Tomorrow I will be done the work. Very nice. Maybe tomorrow the work will be done, or tomorrow we will finish the work. So the work will be done. We will finish the work. Okay. Very nicely done, everyone. And Manuel said, on account of tomorrow is a bank holiday, I take advantage for painting my walls. So on account of, and then you need something. On account of the bank holiday, I take advantage of something. But good job getting your gerund of painting my walls. Of painting my walls. Very nice. Excellent job, everyone.
As you just saw, to speak fluently and confidently, you need to know different verb tenses, different sentence structures. So let's quiz you to see what your level is. And throughout this quiz, you'll practice and improve your fluency at the same time. Let's get started with question 1. To text Sue. It's her birthday today. The correct answer is C. Don't forget to text Sue. It's her birthday today. The key word in this question is to, which is the infinitive to text. Now, there's only one possible option in the choices below where you can have the infinitive, and that's C. Don't forget to text. Now, if this question didn't have to, and it was just the base verb, well, then A, B, and D would be correct, and C would be incorrect. Question 2. Mary went jogging today, of the rain. The correct answer is B, in spite of the rain. And that's your key word here, of. In spite of and despite have the same meaning, but you don't say despite of. You just say despite. If you want to learn more about this, I have a full lesson explaining this. I'll leave the link in the description below. Question 3. I think I'm allergic to your cat. I can't stop. The correct answer is B, sneezing. Now this is a tricky one because you can have grammatically stop plus infinitive, stop to sneeze, and you can have stop plus gerund, stop sneezing. But the meaning is different. When we're talking about no longer doing an action, we use stop plus gerund. And based on the context of the question, we're talking about no longer doing an action, so we need the gerund. If you want to learn more about this, I'll leave a link in the description below. Question 4. If you don't know the meaning of a word, you can in a dictionary. And the answer is C. You can look it up in the dictionary. Now this one is a vocabulary question because you need to understand what these expressions mean. To look something up is another way to say to search for or to find that specific information. Now we use this all the time because every time you Google, you're looking up information. So I use this expression literally every single day. Hey, what time does the restaurant close? Can you look it up? I don't know. Can you look it up? Oh, we need to look it up. We should look that up. You'll use this every single day. Question 5. My doctor, me, I should exercise more. And the answer is A. My doctor told me I should exercise more. Now this is one that students confuse a lot. I hear students say told to me, I told to her. No, that doesn't work grammatically. We don't want to someone. Get rid of that to. I told her, I told you, she told me. So that's what we need. And also I hear students say me. She said me to exercise more. No, we don't want me after said. She said I should exercise more. We want a clause after said. If you want to learn more about this, I have a full video explaining it. You can find the link in the description below. Question 6. my boss, me, to her dinner party? And the answer is B. My boss invited me to her dinner party. Now this one is both a vocabulary question because the only logical choice is invite, but it's also because of sentence structure. We could change the sentence structure and make it work. For example, my boss suggested that I come to her dinner party. We could say that, but I'd have to completely change the sentence structure. So all the options could work if we change the sentence structure. The only logical choice with the sentence structure is B. My boss invited me because you invite someone to something. My boss invited me to the movies, to her house, to the restaurant, a specific location. Now, if you want to learn more about suggested, because a lot of students say suggested me, which isn't correct, I'll leave a link to a video on that topic in the description below. Question 7. Sorry, I didn't quite, what you said. And the answer is A. Sorry, I didn't quite catch what you said. This is an expression. To catch something in this context is the exact same as hear. I didn't hear what you said. But notice option D is in the past form, and that doesn't work grammatically. So it has the same meaning, but it's the wrong verb tense. So A, catch, is exactly the same. Now this is an expression you can use all the time, especially since you probably struggle to understand native speakers. So if somebody says something to you and you don't quite catch it, you can say, sorry, I didn't catch that. I didn't catch that. I didn't quite catch that. Quite is just a word we add to mean a little bit. I didn't quite catch that. So add that to your vocabulary. You'll use it all the time. Question 8. I don't sleep in now, but I sleep in until noon on weekends. And the answer is B. I used to sleep in on weekends. Now notice all the options are slightly different sentence structures, and they're all grammatically correct if you use the correct meaning. But for here, we're talking about an action that used to take place in the past. So an action you routinely did in the past, but you no longer do now. And for that, we need use with a D. You don't hear it in pronunciation, but it's there in spelling. I used to work at the bank, but now I work at the mall. So a routine action in the past, but you no longer do it now. Students confuse this sentence structure all the time. I have a detailed lesson on this. You'll find the link in the description below. Question 9. I don't need help, but thanks. And the answer is, but thanks for offering. Thanks for offering. Thanks for offering. This is one that I hear a lot of mistakes with as well. Now notice here, I have thanks for. After for, because for is a preposition, you must use the gerund verb, for offering. Thanks for, and then you can use a gerund verb, or you can use a noun. Thanks for your help. Thanks for the offer, your offer. Thanks for offering. And your final question, number 10. The film sounded interesting, but it, to be really boring. And the answer is D. It turned out to be really boring. This is a vocabulary question because you need to understand what these expressions mean. We use to turn out when we're talking about the end result of something. So let's say you're trying a new recipe and it's for chocolate chip cookies. You've never made this recipe before. Your friend could say, how did the recipe turn out? How did the cookies turn out? Your friend is asking about the end result. Basically, your friend is asking, were they good? Were they bad? How did the recipe turn out? And you could reply, oh, it was awesome. They were delicious. The best chocolate chip cookies I've ever had. And in this context, they're talking about the movie's end result. How did the movie turn out? It was really boring. It turned out to be really boring. Amazing job. Now let's get back to speaking.
We're going to practice the structure. I was X when Y. Can anyone think of what sentence structure this is? What verb tense do you need? How would you complete this sentence? So we can look at this image. We see a group of people and an adorable dog. Now we can say, I was, so we can focus on one person in this group. I was X when Y. So what could we say to complete this sentence, and what sentence structure are we practicing today? So while everyone thinks about it, I will help you out. Maybe you could say, I was talking to my friend when an adorable dog appeared out of nowhere. So maybe that could be your example sentence. So let me show you this. I was talking to my friend when an adorable dog appeared out of nowhere. So if a dog appeared out of nowhere, it means you have no idea where this dog came from. So all of a sudden, a dog was there. And notice the beginning part. I was talking. What verb tense is this? I'm sure my smart students know. I see an example sentence here, and I see the correct verb tense. So Ellison said, we can use simple past and past continuous. Exactly. So notice, I was talking. That's the past continuous when an adorable dog, so an adorable dog, that's the subject. Adorable is an adjective. Dog is the subject. Appeared. That's the past simple. So that's the sentence structure we'll be practicing. But remember, you need to conjugate your verb to be. I was. You have to conjugate that with the subject. So we'll also be practicing different subjects as well. Okay, so here we have an example. I was listening when they were talking to me. Exactly. So in this case, we have two past continuous verb tenses. I was listening when they were talking to me. So the past continuous stresses that the action was in place at a specific point in the past. So you can use this structure, but let's practice with the past continuous and the past simple. Here we go. Anok said, I was meeting my friends. So here is a group of friends. I was meeting my friends when a strange woman asked to be along with us. Exactly. Maybe I would say when a strange woman asked, I would say asked to join us, asked to join us. I'm writing this in the comments, or asked to come along with us. You could say that. So asked to join us, asked to come along with us. So notice our verb in the past simple is asked. Notice that pronunciation, asked. It ends in a very soft T. Everyone repeat after me, asked, asked. Asked to join us. But when you connect it with another word, you won't hear that T very much. It will be very soft. So I'll say this first part, asked to join us. Repeat after me, asked to join us. Okay, excellent job. All right. So that's what we'll be practicing today. And I am excited for all of your creative answers. Have fun with this. You don't have to be serious. Use your creativity and think of funny, interesting, strange. Any answers are welcome. And I want you to practice answering out loud. So open your mouth and say the words because that will help you practice your speaking skills. And of course, you can write it in the comments as well. So I have a chance to review it and give you feedback. So, how about, well, we already practiced this one, but let's practice now with the subject they. Because before we focused on one person in this group. Now let's focus on all people. So we'll use the subject they. And I'm doing this specifically because you need to conjugate your verb to be with the subject. So make sure you do that as well. Okay, so let's see an example with they. And what verb tense do we need? They, the verb to be in the past, conjugated with the subject. Let's see. Okay, yes, exactly. So Sergi has it. They were, they were, they were, they were. Exactly. Farshad has it as well. Excellent. Hello, Stella from Brazil. Welcome, welcome. Okay, so let's see. They were what? They were, Okay, so they're catching up with each other when they've got together. Now, notice here you used there. That is a contraction of they are there. But we want the past continuous. So we need to take this sentence and turn it into the past continuous. They were catching up with each other when they got together because got is the past simple of the verb get. And when you catch up with someone like your friends, it means you share what's new, you share information, news about yourself or your life since you last saw that person. So it's an excellent expression. Really nice job. Okay, here, Ava said they were talking. Exactly. They were talking when the dog barked. Exactly. Very nice. So we have the past continuous. They were talking when the dog barked. And notice that pronunciation of barked. So it ends on a soft T. Barked. Repeat after me. Barked. And of course, that's the noise that a dog makes. Ruff, ruff, ruff. That's a bark. A cat meows, a dog barks. Now, because this is the end of the sentence, I'll pronounce that T more, barked. But in a natural sentence, if barked was in the middle of a sentence, it would be a very soft T. Okay. Ellison said they were gossiping about her when she went to the supermarket to buy snacks. This is funny. I like it. Well, maybe a little mean as well, but don't worry. I like the comment because when you gossip about someone, does anyone know what that means? An excellent sentence structure because you gossip about someone. That's the preposition you need. Just like you talk about someone, you gossip about someone. When you gossip about someone, it means that you share personal information about that person or you say negative things about that person when that person isn't there. So they don't know that you're talking about them. They were gossiping about her when she went to the supermarket to buy snacks. Excellent job. Okay. They were going to surf when the storm started. Yeah, very nice. They were going to surf when the storm started. Very nicely done. They were eating when he found something around them. Very nice. They were eating, and then you change the subject to just one person. When he found, found, of course, is the past simple of the verb find. They were eating when he found something around them. So he located some object that they weren't expecting to see. Very nice, everyone. Really nice sentences. And remember, I hope you're practicing out loud as well. All right. So if you are enjoying this lesson, well, then put like this lesson, subscribe if you haven't already, and then put yes, 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 put yes, yes, yes in the chat. So I know you like this style of lesson. I know you're excited to be here because I'm very excited to be here doing this lesson with you. All right, attitude. Hello. Hello to you. It's very nice having you on. Anoke likes this lesson and says, yes, yes, yes. Farshad says, yes. Awesome. And if you are watching the replay, so you're not watching this live with us, please still participate. Put yes, yes, yes in the comments. Share your example sentences in the comments. Repeat out loud when I say repeat out loud, because this can still be very interactive, even if you're watching the replay. Awesome. Horatio says, yes, yes, yes. Sergi as well. Woohoo. I am very happy that everyone enjoys these lessons. Stella as well. Awesome. Thank you, everyone. How about this one? So, the audience. We can practice the audience as our subject. So, we have a man presenting, and he's presenting to an audience. Now, think about what verb conjugation you need with the subject. So, you want to always ask yourself, what's my subject? What's my verb? How do I conjugate the verb with the subject? And you also want to ask yourself, well, what's the time reference? In this case, you know we're practicing the past continuous with the past simple. But you always want to look for clues. What's the time reference? What's my subject? What verb tense do I need? So here, the audience. How would we conjugate this with the verb to be? And we need an example sentence that uses the past continuous with the past simple. All right, so let's see. Put your creative juices to work. And again, if you're watching the replay at home, I still want you to participate. So put an example sentence in the comments. Here we go. Susanna said the audience were impressed with him when he sparked to speak. I wonder if you mean when he started to speak, when he started to speak. Now, the audience in American English, we conjugate the audience as a collective noun, which means it's made up of many different people, but we conjugate it as one group. So the subject is it. It. So we have our subjects I, you, he, she, it, we, they. There are only 5 subjects in English. So you have to ask yourself, what subject do I need? And in this case, it's he, she, it. The audience was impressed. So let's look at Inuk. The audience was excellent, was paying attention when the lecturer began his speech. Excellent job, Inuk. So we can say presenter. You can also say lecturer. A lecturer, perhaps a difficult pronunciation. Repeat after me. Lecturer, because you have at the end. Lecture, and then you add another Lecturer. Repeat after me. Lecturer. If that's difficult for you, for one, always practice difficult sounds, but you could also say presenter. Presenter, if it's difficult to say this. The lecturer began his speech. Began is the past simple of begin, and to pay attention is our verb, pay attention. And we have was paying. Excellent job. Very nice. Ashen said the audience were bored when he addressed the gathering. Okay, this is a good sentence. For one, in American English, like I said, we conjugate the audience as a collective noun. The audience was bored. But this is an excellent example because in English, there are certain noun or certain verbs that are state of verbs, which means we don't put it in a continuous form. So I wouldn't say the audience was being bored because that doesn't work because it's a state of verb. It's a state of being. So in this case, I would say the audience was bored when he addressed the gathering. Very nicely done. Hosam said the audience was coming when I was standing on stage. Okay, so in this case, we're using both past continuous. You can change your second one to the past simple just to practice this structure. The audience was coming. So the audience was coming into the room. The audience was appearing. The audience was getting seated. The audience was entering, perhaps, or other ways you could say that. Okay. Manuel said the audience was expecting his speeches when the lecturer asked them, any questions? Oh, this is very interesting. So here our verb is to expect, and you expect something, which means you think something is going to happen. The audience was expecting, that's the past continuous conjugated with our subject, the audience. The audience was expecting his speeches, but then when the lecturer asked them any questions, very nice sentence. I like this. Okay, let's practice our next one here. Here we have he. So we'll practice with the subject, he. And then look at the picture and what do you think? We need a past continuous. Think about what your verb conjugation is needed. Thankfully, it's easy to conjugate the verb to be in the past simple. There are only two options. Someone, make sure you write down what the verb conjugations of the past simple are in the verb to be so everyone knows. He, when, and then we need a past simple. So let's look at this image and then think, what could we say? I think there are a lot of options, so use your creativity. Okay, what could we say? Dong said he was calm when he tried to get on the coach. Yeah, very nice. So he was calm. So again, when we have state of verbs, an emotion, a state of being, often we will put it in the past simple. Sometimes it's required because the verb does not conjugate in a continuous form. And other times it just sounds better to see it as a state. So he was calm. If you wanted to turn this into a continuous action, maybe you could say he was acting calm. He was acting calm could be an option. So let me show that. He was acting calm. So calm is the verb. He was acting calm. Okay, but I like that example. Very nicely done. What else could we say? Coco said he was thinking when he waited. I think you mean waited the bus. Okay. You wait for something or someone. He waited for the bus. He waited for his friends at the train station, for example. You waited for this class to start. You waited for me to read your example sentence. So you wait for something or someone. Natalie said he was waiting for the bus. Exactly. He was waiting for the bus when a strange took a picture of him. I like that. Very nice example sentence because his face, he does look a little shocked, perhaps. So that is a really nice example. Very creative. Now, there's just one issue with the word strange. Strange is an adjective. This is a strange picture. So I'm describing the picture as strange. This is a strange picture. So strange is an adjective. And then I could say, what is the noun form? So strange is an adjective that means unusual, bizarre, weird. Now, a person you do not know is a stranger. A stranger. So a stranger is someone you don't know. So you just need that at the end. Stranger. Repeat after me. Stranger. 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 And then strange is your adjective. So I'll put that on there. This is a strange picture, and a stranger took a picture of him. Very nice. Murat had it. Awesome job. Okay. Elson said he was lost when he went to visit his old friend. Exactly. He was lost. So to be lost. So this is a great example of a state of verb. I wouldn't say he was being lost because in this case, the verb is the verb to be. It's to be lost. So you have to put your verb to be in the past continuous. But this is a state of verb. I wouldn't say he was being lost because lost is the adjective that describes his state of being. So Elson had a great example. He was lost, his state of being, when he went to visit his old friend. Very nice. Excellent sentence. Susanna said he was taking a bus. Exactly. You take a bus. That's your verb. And then you put it in the past continuous. He was taking a bus when he saw a gorgeous woman. And that's why he's looking at this gorgeous woman. Exactly. Very nice example. AK said he was thinking of his mother. Yeah, so our verb is to think. He was thinking, and you can think of someone. You can also think about someone. Sometimes in English, of and about are both possibilities as prepositions. Not always. So you really need to remember these things on a case by case basis. He was thinking of his mother when he was about to get into the train. Exactly. I would say get on the train because when you enter a train, that's the literal definition or the literal translation of what he is doing. He is entering the train, but native speakers don't say that. A native speaker would say he's getting on the train. And then the opposite is he's getting off the train. So I wouldn't say get into the train, get out of the train. You get on or off a train, bus, boat, or plane. But you get into a car and you get out of a car. So get into the car, we're leaving. Okay, we're here. Everyone get out of the car. But for a train, bus, plane, and boat, you get on and off. We're boarding, get on the train, get off the train. Okay. He was missing his father when he happened to appear. Oh, very nice. Nice sentence. He was missing his father. So here the verb is to miss, and you miss someone. He was missing his father when he appeared. He happened to appear. So I like this sentence. Mamuna used he happened to appear. So when you use the verb happen plus infinitive, it means that this man wasn't expecting it. So it was a complete shock or surprise. Wow, Dad, what are you doing here? He just happened to appear. Very nice. You could also take the verb appear and put that in the past simple when he appeared. But again, it changes the meaning slightly because when you have when he happened to appear, it stresses that it was unexpected, it wasn't planned. Very nicely done. Okay. How about this one? Now, I put X for the subject because now it's time for you to decide. So we have two people in this picture. You could talk about he, the man. You can talk about she, the woman. Or you can talk about perhaps they are a couple. So you could say the couple, which would be conjugated as it, a collective noun, it. Or you could say they, because they is the plural. And there are two people here. So that is why I want you to decide the subject, because even though there are only two people, there are many different options. And you can use the singular, he, she, it, or you can use the plural, they. So try to practice different subjects as well, just to get that conjugation of the verb to be. Okay, let's see. Now, what could we say for this picture? What do you think about the emotion? What do you notice about this couple? And you can practice using adjectives to describe them or to describe the scenery as well. Elchin said they was arguing. Elchin, can you correct that yourself? Let's see. Do you know what the mistake is here? I'm sure someone in the group can correct this mistake as well. They is our subject. So we always need to think about the verb to be and how to conjugate it. They were arguing. They were arguing when she didn't follow his advice. Excellent job. And good job getting advice in the singular because we never add an S to the word advice. She did not. That's the past simple. Very good. She didn't follow his advice. This is the past simple in the negative. So please practice negatives as well. Negatives always add an additional element of complexity because you have to think about how to form it. So practice a negative as well. Very nice sentence. Just remember to change was to were. They were arguing. Okay. Rosa said she was explaining exactly. So to explain is our verb in the past continuous with the subject she. She was explaining her plans when his boyfriend started to scream. Exactly. Very nice. So start is in the past simple. Now, there's one issue here because she was explaining the possessive needs to match the subject. So, what do you need to change in this sentence? She was explaining her plans when her boyfriend. If you say his boyfriend, technically that can be grammatically correct. But now this man doesn't belong to her in the sense of a couple. This man belongs to someone else who is a man because you used his boyfriend. So technically it is correct, but it changes the meaning. So you want to say her boyfriend. Okay, very nice sentence. Manfi said they both were fighting. They both were fighting. So to fight and then conjugated in the past continuous. They both were fighting when they got lost in forest. Exactly. Exactly. They got lost. I love it because you looked at the scenery and you tried to imagine where they are. Very nice. The only thing is that forest is a noun, a countable noun. So you need to have an article in front of it. And in this case, you could say a forest because that means any forest, not a specific one. Or you could say the forest, which is a specific forest, perhaps the one they took a walk in, the one closest to their house or closest to their work. Okay. Susanna said, Calvin was freaking out. Exactly. Very nice. So, this is freaking out. Whoa, is when you lose control of yourself. Now, you can freak out in a positive way as well. Imagine if you had a lottery ticket in your hand and they announced the numbers and it was your ticket. What would you do? You would start jumping up and down, celebrating. So you would freak out, but in a positive way. So you lose control of your emotions. Even your body acts very bizarre as well. But in this case, we can tell that it's freak out in a negative way. Kevin was freaking out when Anna confessed to him she cheated. Very nicely written. So to cheat, that's our verb. So when you cheat on someone, if you included the someone, she cheated on him, you would need the preposition on. When you're in a romantic relationship and someone cheats on someone else, it means that person has a romantic relationship with another person and it isn't allowed, of course. So this person doesn't know. So she confessed, she told him the truth. So it makes sense that he freaked out. Very nice sentence. Okay, there are so many amazing comments, everyone. Dindy said he was arguing with his girlfriend. Exactly. So we have he, his girlfriend. So the possessive needs to match the subject. He was arguing. So to argue, and you argue with someone. Very nice. He was arguing with his girlfriend when she forgot to wish him on his birthday. Very nice. So to forget is our verb and it's in the past simple. Forgot is the past simple of forget. Now you would say when she forgot to wish him a happy birthday. Because in English, you wish someone a happy birthday. So you don't just wish someone, you wish someone a happy birthday. So you would need to say that. When she forgot to wish him, you wish someone a happy birthday. So you wish someone something. And in this case, the something is a happy birthday. I wish you a happy birthday. I wish you years of joy and bliss. So she forgot to wish him a happy birthday. That's a very nice example. Excellent job. Okay. Now, everyone has such creative examples. I love it. Here's another one. Louise said, Brandon said, I like how you're imagining that this person is Brandon. Create characters. That's a great way to use your creativity. Brandon said, lighten up. Lighten up. Another mistake with this. Perhaps this is a common mistake. So pay attention because you might see the word girlfriend and know that girl is feminine, but the possessive belongs to the subject. subject, and Brandon is a man. So Brandon said, lighten up when his girlfriend, Sheena, accused he was cheating her. Oh, okay. Very nice. Let me just correct this last part. When his girlfriend, Sheena, accused him of cheating on her. English can be very difficult with these small prepositions or remembering the sentence structure because there are so many different sentence structures in English. So you really want to pay attention and memorize. And after you learn a structure, you must practice it. Now, in this class, you are learning a lot of information. You don't have to practice everything because that might be overwhelming. What areas are you struggling with? Are you struggling with getting the possessive to match the subject? Well, then that is what you need to practice. So think about what you need to practice, and then you need to practice the specific structure many, many times in order to permanently remember it. So notice here, when his girlfriend Sheena accused him, so to accuse is our verb. And the sentence structure is you accuse someone of, that's our preposition, of doing something. So it's a difficult structure because you have your verb accuse, which you need to conjugate. You accuse someone, then you need the preposition of. Now, because of is a preposition, the next verb has to be in the ing. And I said creating, which is a typo. That is not the correct spelling. So you need to change it to cheating. So to accuse someone of doing of something. Okay. So she accused him of cheating. I spelled it wrong, but the structure is right, of cheating on him. So now I'll post this again and you can see the structure as well. To accuse someone of something. Now you can have something as a noun, or if it's a verb, then you need the ing. She accused him, someone, preposition of, and then the verb in ing of cheating. And now we already learned previously that you cheat on someone. So you also have to remember that sentence structure. You don't cheat someone, you cheat on someone. Okay. Excellent sentence. Now, oh, we went from more negative to perhaps more positive, but I don't know. It's up to you because you can use your creativity. So, again, we have subject. Now, I want you to decide, which is why I said X. In English, if you ever see X or Y, that's how we say that the variable isn't identified. So in this case, X represents the subject, but I did not identify the subject. So the subject can be she, he, or again, we could say the couple as a collective noun, or we could say they, or maybe you want to talk about something else in this picture or be creative. You could talk about the city, the neighborhood, for example. So, what could we say here? This is a picture that could be open to interpretation. If something is open to interpretation, it means that two people could look at this picture and see very different things. And that's the interesting part of this exercise because we see such different examples and practice using different subjects. Remember, you can also practice that negative structure. You could even practice asking a question as well, just to get comfortable with different structures. And remember, open your mouth and practice. Repeat after me. When I teach you a new structure, repeat the sentence, repeat the structure as well. Oh, I need to highlight this comment because this student, sorry, I'm not sure how to say your name in English. This student clearly watched my lesson yesterday where I taught the expression a humdinger. So this is great. An excellent example of this student learning an expression and now practicing it, a humdinger. Your lessons are always a humdinger, an excellent sentence. And because you're practicing it, you are going to be more likely to permanently remember it and feel confident using it in your speech as well. Now, I think the pronunciation is relatively easy, but let's repeat it out loud just so you feel confident with your pronunciation. Humdinger, humdinger, humdinger. An excellent job getting that article, a humdinger, a humdinger. And you can share in the chat what this means as well, because one of the best ways to remember information is to teach it. So I want you to leave the definition of what a dinger is in the chat to help you remember it. Thank you. All right. Killer said, the girl finally forgave. Oh, we have it again. This is interesting. I didn't know this was a common problem that my students make. And that's why this exercise is so valuable for me because I learn what areas my students struggle with. So I know what to focus on when I teach as well. Because the same mistake, boyfriend is male, but the possessive matches the subject. The girlfriend finally forgave her boyfriend when he apologized sincerely. Very nice. And this is an excellent example where the verb forgive, so give, forgive, and then the past simple is forgave. This is an example where we don't generally put this in a continuous form. I was forgiving him. We generally just treat it as something that happens once, not a continuation. The girl finally forgave her boyfriend when he apologized sincerely. Very nice sentence. Okay. Ayat said, Adam was shouting. Very nice. So our verb is to shout, conjugated correctly. Adam was shouting when Linda told him that she forgot the map. Very nice example. I like this. Why did you forget the map? When Linda told him. So here, excellent sentence structure. So Linda told him that, and then we need a clause because you tell someone something, and that something in this case is a clause. A clause is a complete sentence. It's subject, verb, object. So subject, she, verb, forgot. You have to conjugate the verb according to the time reference, and then the object is the map. Very nice sentence. Okay. Elson said she was shocked. So this is a great state of verb. So the verb is to be shocked. That's what it means, to be shocked. She was shocked and didn't know how to react when he was proposed to her in front of a crowd. Very nice. So, everyone, what does it mean to propose to someone? What does that mean? There is one thing we need to correct in your sentence. It's so the verb is to propose. So to put that in the past simple, you just take the verb propose. It's not to be proposed, it's just to propose. So when he proposed, but you had the rest of it correct because you propose to someone. Propose to someone. Very nice. Okay. Susanna said, Joe was kneeling So that's what the man is doing right now, was kneeling. So our verb is to kneel. Kneel. Notice that pronunciation. The K is silent. When we have KN, the K is silent. Repeat after me. Kneel. Kneel. Joe was kneeling when Amber announced that she was pregnant. Excellent sentence. I love it. So here you announce something. And in this case, we have a clause again, subject. And in this case, just a subject and a verb. To be pregnant, to be pregnant. Very nice. Ashen said she was over the moon when her boyfriend said that he liked the proposal. Exactly. Very nice. She was over the moon. So, this is an expression to be over the moon, which means extremely happy. I was over the moon when I got the promotion. She was over the moon. So to be over the moon, this is a stative verb. We wouldn't put it in a continuous form. She was over the moon when her boyfriend said that he liked the proposal. This is an interesting sentence. Really nice. Okay. Julia said she was flabbergasted. This is a great adjective. To be flabbergasted. Everyone, repeat after me. We'll start at the end. Gasted, gasted, flabbergasted, flabbergasted. When you're flabbergasted, it means you're shocked, confused. You don't know how to react to the situation. She was flabbergasted to his action when he kneeled down out of the blue without any reason. Exactly. So great job getting to kneel down. So when you kneel down, it means imagine this is your knee. You go on one knee, just like this man is doing here. When he kneeled down out of the blue means unexpectedly. So I got the promotion out of the blue. I got the promotion unexpectedly. Now, the only thing is, she was flabbergasted. This is the passive. So you need by. She was flabbergasted by his action when he kneeled down out of the blue without any reason. Very nice. Okay, Selim said the girl gave a hand to the man when he accidentally fell down. This is funny. I like it. So when you give someone a hand, it means that you help someone. So if I fell, can you give me a hand? Can you help me? Can you give me a hand? But you could use this in many situations. If you come home with a lot of bags, you could say to your husband, your wife, your kids, your roommate, can you give me a hand? And then they know you want help with your bags, to give someone a hand. The girl gave a hand to the man when he accidentally fell down. Very nice. Okay. And Julia again said, please do smash the like button. Oh, thank you. And I agree. Smash that like button. Hit it hard. Hit it with enthusiasm. All right, everyone. Really nice examples with this one. A lot of creativity. I love it. And I hope if you're watching the replay, I hope you're practicing along being creative as well. How about this one? So think of an example. Again, our subject, we have either one person, a man. It looks like there are only men in this picture. So one man, or you could talk about the group, the team. They could be a sports team. Team is conjugated as a collective noun. It, the team, it. Or it could be they as people. So they would be plural. So you have he, the team, they. Or it could be the group, the friends. There are other options as well. Okay, so what can we do? And let's practice the past continuous and then when and the past simple. So that's our structure. And again, be creative, look to the picture, look to the background, think of adjectives you could use, give these people some personality as well, create a story. This is your time to be creative. This is your time to use all of those adjectives that you learn in my lessons and other people's lessons. Use the phrasal verbs, use the idioms. Don't worry about being right or wrong. That does not matter. The purpose here is to practice. That's all we're doing. Practice, have fun. You're in a safe space. So be creative and don't worry about being right or wrong. Just practice. Nicholas said he was playing basketball with his friends when he lose a game. Oh, very nice sentence. So he was playing, you play basketball. So our verb is play, and that is the verb that's conjugated in the past simple. There's only one thing we need to do with the end of this sentence. So Nicholas, after when, you need the past simple. So what do we need here? When, when, and then we need a subject again, when, and then the past simple verb. So you could say when he lost a game. Now, all game means any game, which grammatically is correct, but perhaps you might want to use the game because the means specific. So it's the game they are currently playing, whereas just means any game. And in this case, you could also use a possessive and you could say his game, because we're imagining that the game belongs to him. So you could say when he lost, because the verb is to lose. And then the past simple is lost. When he lost a game, any game, the game, a specific game, the one they're playing, or his game. If you use a possessive, it replaces the article. Okay, let's see. They are playing basketball when it's scorching. Okay, nice attempt. I like how you use it's scorching. It's scorching. So, scorching, excellent job looking at the scenery and imagining what the weather is. So, scorching means very hot, very hot. To be scorching. Oh, it's scorching in here. It's very hot in here. And notice that pronunciation scorching, ching, scorching. Repeat after me scorching, scorching. Now let's practice putting this in the past continuous. They were playing basketball when it became scorching, perhaps. When it became scorching, to use the past continuous and past simple. Very nice. Okay. Horatio said, the friends, exactly. So the subject is the friends. The friends were playing happily. I like how you added that adverb, happily. So our verb is play. So he added the adverb happily. Happily. The friends were playing happily when the rain caught them. Oh, very nice sentence. The rain is the subject. Catch is our verb, and in the past simple, it's caught, ought. Repeat after me caught, caught them. So if the rain catches you, it means you are in the rain, you don't have an umbrella, you don't have anywhere to shelter yourself, and it was relatively unexpected. You didn't think it was going to rain. Really nice sentence. Okay, Dindy said they were practicing individually. Very nice. They were practicing individually when their friends didn't come to play the game. Very nice. So their friends didn't come. That's the past simple in the negative. Really nice sentence. An excellent job getting your possessive because I've noticed this has been an issue today. Their friends, and there is the possessive of the subject they. When their friends, they didn't come. They didn't come to play the game. So when you see something like their friends, you always have to imagine what it is as the subject. I, you, he, she, it, we, they. And of course, it represents the subject they. They didn't come to play the game. Very nice sentence. The team was practicing when it decided to take a short break. Excellent job. Really nicely done. The team was practicing. So the team is conjugated as a collective noun. The team was practicing when it, because the team is conjugated as he, she, it. But we can't say he or she. So in English, we must use it, even though it generally refers to objects, but in this case, the team is an object. The team, it, decided to take a short break. So decide is our verb in the past simple, and you decide to do something. So decide plus infinitive. It decided to take what? A break, and then short is the adjective. Excellent job. Okay. How about this one? So we have as a subject, we can have the girl, the little girl. You can use an adjective to describe her if you like, the girl on the bike, the man, the father, perhaps, the woman, the mother, perhaps, but maybe it's the aunt and uncle or friends, or I don't think they're grandma, grandpa, judging by their age, but maybe grandma, grandpa, aunt, uncle, cousins. So it could be other people, babysitters, perhaps. And then you can talk about them individually, or you could talk about them as a group. Now, as a group, we can say they, or we could say perhaps the family, which would be conjugated as I, you, he, she, it, we, they. It would be the subject he, she, it, the family, it. So we use it as a collective noun. The family, it, the group, the household. Maybe we could look more broadly and say the neighborhood, which would also be conjugated as it as well. The neighborhood represents all the people living in a specific area, but is conjugated as a collective. So, what could we say about this picture? We have different subjects, and then we have our verb to be with the present or the past continuous, and then when, and then we need a past simple. All right. So Rennet said she was excited when suddenly understood that she learned riding a bicycle. Exactly. Very nice. So to be excited, this is a great example because we would put this as a state of verb, and I wouldn't put this as a continuous action. She was excited when she suddenly understood how to ride a bike. So, understand is your verb in the past simple. When she suddenly understood how to ride a bike. Very nice example. Sergi said the family was on the street. Exactly. So, where are they? They're on the street. They're on the street. So, that's the preposition you would use on the street. The family was very good. So, here to be on the street, this is also a stative. We wouldn't put this as a continuation. The family was on the street when, what do we need? It's not they, daughter. We need a possessive here. When their daughter was riding a bike or when their daughter learned how to ride a bike, when their daughter rode a bike. So there are some options we could do at the end. Julia said, the baby girl is taking up the activity such as cycling at the outdoor when the learning how to cycle. Okay, the baby girl is taking up the activity. Very nice. So to take up an activity is when you learn that activity. So I'm taking up skiing. I'm going to learn how to ski. I'm going to start skiing as part of my regular routine. The baby girl is taking up cycling. You could just say cycling to keep it a little more concise. Cycling outdoors. So cycling outdoors when she learned how to cycle. Very nice. Susanna said the mother was helping her out to ride a bike when she noticed the kid was having trouble doing so. Yeah, so you have trouble doing something, you don't need into there. When she noticed, very nice past simple. So the past simple is to notice, and then noticed is the past. She noticed the kid was having trouble doing so. Really nice sentence. Rosa said, Alexa, the girl's name. Very nice. I like that. Alexa was learning, so our verb to learn, was learning to ride a bike when her parents supported her journey. Very nicely written. So to support, and that's in the past simple, supported, supported. Okay. Gore said, the father was feeling happy. Very nice. To feel happy. And then you can put the verb feel in a continuous in certain situations. The father was feeling happy when his daughter, and after when, let's use the past simple, when his daughter tried to ride the bike. The bike. So you can say bike or bicycle, but in American English, we don't shorten bike or bicycle to cycle. We use cycle as a verb. So imagine I'm on a bike. These are my legs, I guess. I'm cycling. I'm cycling. So we use cycle as a verb, to cycle. I'm cycling. But you cycle on a bike or a bicycle. So we shorten bicycle to bike.
Now let's keep expanding your vocabulary and you'll learn advanced adverbs to sound fluent, and there'll be a quiz at the end. In this video, you're going to learn advanced adverbs, C1 adverbs. The C1 level is an advanced level of English proficiency. Students at this level are expected to have a wide range of vocabulary and used advanced language structures. Now, before we start, just remember that adverbs can modify verbs, adjectives, and other adverbs. Adverbs are there to add more detail, more clarity, or to emphasize the word used in the sentence. Adverbs are easy to identify in a sentence because they're commonly formed by adding ly to the adjective. With that, let's review the top 10 C1 adverbs. Incessantly. Incessantly. This means without interruption or continuously. For example, the alarm kept ringing incessantly until she finally woke up. Of course, I could say the alarm kept ringing until she finally woke up. Adverbs are not required in a sentence. But when I say incessantly, you have this picture in your mind of this action happening non-stop, continuously. So all of a sudden, it sounds a lot more annoying or frustrating than without the adverb. The alarm kept ringing incessantly until she finally woke up. Inevitably. Inevitably. That's fun to say. Inevitably. This means certain to happen. So let's take an example with population growth. I could say, with the increasing population, traffic jams are inevitably becoming more common. Again, I could simply say traffic jams are becoming more common. But when I add inevitably, it emphasizes that, and you know that this is definitely going to happen. This is certain to happen. And of course, a traffic jam is when you are unable to move because there are cars all around you. A traffic jam, something that we inevitably deal with. Inordinately. Inordinately. This means excessively or unusually. For example, he was inordinately excited about his art exhibition. Of course, you expect someone to be excited about their art expedition or any sort of event or presentation. But if you say he was inordinately excited, all of a sudden, I don't think this is a good thing because it means there is too much excitement. The amount of excitement is not appropriate to the situation. So this is how adverbs are so valuable because they can really change the overall meaning of a sentence. He was inordinately excited about his upcoming art exhibition. And maybe you were inordinately upset about making a mistake in English. It's normal to make mistakes, but the amount of upset that you became was too much given the situation. Magnanimously. Magnanimously. That's a long word. Magnanimously. This means in a generous and forgiving way. For example, my old boss was magnanimously friendly after he found out I started my own company. So I was working for this company, but then I quit, I left, and I started my own company that's going to compete directly with the existing company. So you would expect that my boss, my previous boss, my old boss would be upset. But he was friendly. So I can say magnanimously friendly to show that he was friendly in a forgiving way. He wanted to show that he wasn't upset because I left and started my own company. Ostensibly. Ostensibly. This means appearing as one thing when it is really something else. For example, he was ostensibly happy. So I know that he's appearing happy, but there's really something else. So in reality, he isn't happy. I know that because I said ostensibly happy. He was ostensibly happy about the news, but deep down, he was really worried. So he appeared happy, but in reality, he's worried. Deep down, that represents the feelings on the inside that we generally don't show to the public. Perpetually. Perpetually. This means constantly or continuously over a long period of time. For example, she's perpetually late. This is not a good thing because if you said she's late, well, that simply means she's late right now in this specific situation. But if I add the adverb perpetually, I know it means constantly, which is all the time. It's a reoccurring action, or continuously over a long period of time. She's perpetually late. Not a good thing. Precariously. Precariously. This means dangerously or in an unstable way. For example, the hiker walked precariously along the edge of the cliff. So there's an edge of a cliff. That's already a dangerous situation. But if he's walking precariously, it means he's walking in an unstable way, so he's walking like this, or a dangerous way, he's extremely close to the edge of the cliff. Superfluously. This is also fun to say. Superfluously. This means in an unnecessary or excessive manner. So too much beyond what is needed. For example, the report was superfluously long. So reports can be long, but if you say it was superfluously long, it means unnecessarily long. They made one section of the report 10 pages when it could have easily been 1 page. So hopefully you don't think that this video is superfluously long, excessively long, too long than needed, wanted, or desired. Unanimously. Unanimously. This means with complete agreement of all parties involved. So everyone agrees with the same thing. They all agree yes, or they all agree no, or they all agree some other decision. For example, the board members unanimously approved the annual report. This means that every board member said, yes, I approve. They unanimously approved. Vehemently. Vehemently. This means in a strong and emotional way. For example, she vehemently opposed the idea of relocating to a new city. When you relocate, it means you permanently move from where you live now to a different location. So she opposed this idea. She didn't want to relocate. But if I say she vehemently opposed, you know it was with strong emotion. She feels very strongly that she doesn't want to move, to relocate. She vehemently opposed relocating to a new city. So now you have 10 advanced adverbs in your vocabulary to help you sound fluent and advanced at that C1 level. So let's find out how well you know these adverbs with a quiz. Here are the questions. Hit pause, take as much time as you need, and when you're ready to see the answers, hit play. So how'd you do with that quiz? Well, let's find out. Here are the answers. Hit pause, review them, and when you're ready to move on, hit play. You're doing great. Now let's get back to speaking.
Well, here we have an image, and there are 2 words, 1 time reference, 2 words on this image. Every Sunday. Every Sunday. Of course, Sunday is a day of the week. You could replace this with a different day of the week if you prefer. Every Monday, every Saturday. So notice that time reference. Now, I want you to form a sentence, any sentence based on this picture. So you can look at the image and you can first identify your subject. There are many different people you can choose from. You can even use the scenery or the location, the event as the subject as well. And then you have to think about your verb. And then you have to put your verb in the correct time reference. In English, the time reference will tell you what verb you need, what verb conjugation you need. So in this case, every Sunday tells you what verb you need. Now, what verb tense do you need with this time reference? Who knows the answer? If you know the answer, put it in the comments right now. Juan already has a nice sentence for us. I read a book every Sunday. Exactly. I read a book every Sunday. So, what verb tense is this? The present simple, of course. And what do you need to do with your verb in the present simple with the subject he, she, it? If it were she reads with that S, she reads a book every Sunday. Now, the placement of every plus day of the week is flexible. You could put it at the beginning. You could say, every Sunday she reads a book, or she reads a book every Sunday. Let's review another example and share an example in the comments. Even if you're watching the replay, share an example in the comments. And I want you to practice saying this out loud as well. So you open your mouth and say the words. Let's go to AK's comment. We go to a local market every Sunday. Exactly. So on this image here, you can see it says the word borough market. This is a market. That's the event. So you use the verb go to go to a market. Market is a noun. So you need to add an article, a market. You can add an adjective. Sometimes we say an artisan market, a craft market, a farmer's market, but you can just use a market to be more general. We go to a local market every Sunday. Nicely done. Excellent sentence. Okay, what else do we have? Layla says, I have English class every Sunday. Well, that's wonderful, Layla. And you're in English class right now. There's one thing that needs to be fixed with this sentence. And this is a mistake I see every day from all my students, beginner, intermediate, and advanced. Class is a noun. So you need to say a class and then you look at your adjective, English class. So now English starts with a vowel. So you have to say an English class. An. Repeat after me, an English class. An English class. An English class. So that's the only correction you need. Excellent sentence. Manfi says, every Sunday I go to market. What did I just explain? With English class. And the same thing applies here. Market is a noun. So you need a market, or if there's only one market in your specific area, you can use the article the because it's a unique market. I go to a market or the market to buy chicken. I love it. Nicely done. I like how you included more details. And this is a great way to sound instantly more advanced. Why do you go to the market? What's your opinion on it? Really nicely done. Okay. How about Jonathan's? Every Sunday, there are a lot of foreign people on the street. Exactly. So they're on a street, the street. Very nicely done having your article. And the preposition you need is on. I'm on Main Street. I'm on the street. I'm on a street. Very nicely done. Oh, right. Everyone is doing such a great job practicing. Now, let me ask you, do you like this style of lesson? Are you enjoying this opportunity to practice speaking, getting correction directly from me? Well, if you like this, put yes, 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 put yes, yes, yes in the comments and like this video as well. And make sure you subscribe if you haven't already so I can help you improve all areas of your English. So put yes, 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 like this lesson as well. And let's keep going. Okay. Well, we have one man and we have the word frequently. Repeat after me. Frequently. Quintly. Quintly. Frequently. Notice that syllable stress. It sounds louder on which syllable? Frequently. Da da da. Frequently. The first syllable. Frequently. This is an adverb of frequency. It tells you what verb tense you need. And which verb tense do you need? Put it in the comments. You need the present simple. And frequently is something that you do as a regular part of your routine. So out of 7 days in the week, maybe you do it 3, 4, 5, 6 times, but it is something that is a regular part of your routine. So, what could we say? And in the meantime, oh, wow, thank you, everyone. We have so many yeses in the comments. I am so glad you're enjoying this lesson. Rosa, thank you. Alan, thank you. Secret of success. I like that name. The secret of success is to practice frequently. And that's why you're practicing and speaking out loud. All right. Awesome job, everyone. Now, we have some more yeses as well. Woohoo. Anissa said, yes, of course. Awesome. And good morning, Judas, to you as well. Good morning, all the way to Brazil. All right. Now, Satyajit says he plays badminton frequently. Exactly. Really nicely done. An excellent job getting he and play with your S. Plays. He plays badminton frequently. Very nicely done. Okay. SG said John goes to play tennis frequently with his friends. Exactly. An excellent job getting go with the ES. Goes to play tennis. Now, technically, just for everyone, you don't need to say go to play. You could just say John plays tennis frequently with his friends. Very nicely done. All right, everyone. Fabio says he frequently plays tennis until he drops. Exactly. So he's lying on the ground. The surface, we would call this a court. A court. That's where you play tennis on a tennis court. Soccer field, football field, tennis court, badminton court, basketball court until he drops. Very nicely done. All right. And Jamie, excellent job. I like how you turn this into an I. Exactly. And this is the fun part of this exercise because you can find a random picture and you can make so many different sentences by changing the subject, changing the verb, changing the additional details you provide. Ask a question, form a negative statement as well. So Jamie said, I get exhausted frequently when I play tennis. Exactly. So this man is exhausted, extremely tired, just like Jamie is exhausted, extremely tired. So hopefully you don't feel exhausted after this lesson. Hopefully you feel energized after this lesson. Awesome job, everyone. And Galnia says, I watch your lesson frequently. Well, I appreciate that. Thank you so much. And make sure you subscribe so you do watch my lessons frequently because YouTube will notify you. Because I know a lot of students say, Jennifer, you haven't posted a lesson in a long time, but I post new lessons every day. YouTube isn't notifying you. So you need to subscribe to make sure you're notified. All right, everyone. I like this one. Summit said, I lose my brother frequently in playing tennis. Okay, Summit. I know what you mean, but if you lose something or someone, it means you cannot find the something or someone. You don't know where it is. For example, if I have this pen and it's my favorite pen because it's pink and the ink is pink as well. And then I say, oh no, I lost my pen. That's in the past simple. I don't know where it is. So in the present simple, I could say, I frequently lose my pens, which is somewhat true. I frequently lose my pens. But in this case, you would say, I lost to my brother. So, two countries, you could say, this is just an example. I have no idea if this is true. Canada lost to France. That means France won. France beat Canada. So you need to say, I lose to my brother frequently when playing tennis. Excellent job. Excellent job. Okay. I like this one as well. He frequently feels drained. When you're drained, it means you have no energy left, usually because you did something very active, but you can also use it if you use your mental powers a lot and you have no mental powers left. He frequently feels drained. An excellent job using to feel. That's your verb. And then drained with the ed. Repeat after me. Drained. A very soft D. Drained. He frequently feels drained after playing badminton all day. So it's either all day or the whole day, but not all the day. All day, the whole day. All right, awesome job. Very nice comment. Now, how about this one? Our time reference is already. Already. And you can look at this image and you can focus on one person in this image. You can focus on two people. You can focus on all of them as a collective, maybe the team or the company. You could even focus on something more of an object like the project, for example, or the computer, the room. Hmm. Oh, Alexander shared one related to Canada lost to France in a basketball game of the Paris Olympics. Ah, okay. So Canada lost to France. Exactly. Correct sentence structure. Canada lost to France. Very nicely said. Too bad for Canada. Congratulations, France. Okay. So what do we need to do here? For already, what could we say? Oh, and here we're coming back to this. Manuel said Canada was defeated by France. You could absolutely say that as well. To be defeated. Canada was defeated by France. France defeated Canada. It sounds a lot stronger. And it also sounds like the difference between the two scores was quite dramatic as well. Not necessarily, but it sounds stronger than just saying lost. Very nicely written. Okay, let's see if we have one for already. Okay, she's already knows the answer. Very nicely said. She already knows the answer. But when you have she apostrophe s, that represents she is. She is. So you can't, or she has. It can be both. She has or she is. So we can't use that with knows because that's the present simple. So just get rid of the apostrophe s and it's she already knows the answer. Very nicely done. Raymond has an excellent example. I've already subscribed to your YouTube channel. Exactly. Well, thank you so much, Raymond. I appreciate that. And make sure you share my channel with all your friends, Raymond, who has a vlog. So you can share them with your friends and they can benefit from these lessons as well. So remember, everyone, I have, that's the a contraction. Repeat after me. I've, I've, I've already subscribed to. You subscribe to something. I've already subscribed to your YouTube channel. Excellent job. Okay, SG has a nice dialogue. I like this. Hey, did you submit the report you were supposed to yesterday? Yeah, I've already submitted. Now, excellent job. Yeah, I've already submitted. You just have to include the object. So you have to say, I've already submitted it, because the report is known. And when the noun is known, you can replace it with the pronoun it. Yeah, I've already submitted it. It submitted it, submitted it. Repeat after me. Submitted it, submitted it. Now, you could also say, yeah, I've already submitted the report, but you don't have to because it's known. Really nicely done. Okay. We have lots of amazing comments. Paulo said they are extremely happy because they've finished their project already. Exactly. They have, as a contraction, they've, repeat after me, a very soft, very soft. V- they've finished. They've finished. And notice that pronunciation on finish in the past simple, it's a soft T. Finished. Very soft. They've finished. Repeat after me. They've finished. Excellent. And Summit said, you've already corrected my sentence. Yes, exactly. You've already corrected my sentence. You corrected my sentence 5 minutes ago because we don't use a specific past time reference, the word ago. We don't use that with the present perfect. So you would just get rid of the since 5 minutes ago and just get rid of that. You've already corrected my sentence. Period. Really nicely done. Excellent job. How about this one? We have different subjects. You can speak about them individually. You can speak about them as a collective, which would be the family. It, the family is conjugated as it, or you could say they to refer to four people. People is the plural of person. So you can say they or the family, which is it, or you could focus on one or two people in this picture. And the time reference is right now. So what verb tense do we need with the time reference right now? Right now. Let's see. Let's see some examples that my smart students have. And for all my amazing smart students watching the replay who aren't here live with me, make sure you practice, put an example in the comments. I will still see it and review it as well. And of course, make sure you subscribe and like this lesson as well. Okay. Well, Adrian said, right now I'm enjoying your wonderful lesson. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. And notice the verb conjugation, the verb tense is the present continuous. Most students know this, right? Because it's an action taking place right now. It's in progress now. So you need your verb to be conjugated with the subject and your verb in ing. An excellent job using that contraction. I'm enjoying. Very nice. Okay. Tess said, the family eats together right now. Okay, Tess, this is a great example because it teaches everyone the importance of looking at your time reference to understand what verb tense you need. So we use the present simple, eats, for routine. So every morning, always, sometimes, never. These are routine actions. An excellent job conjugating your verb. You conjugated it correctly. The family eats because the family is it. But right now is the present continuous. So you would need to say, the family is eating together right now. And the placement of right now is flexible. You can put it at the beginning or the end. Okay, so as Nadia said, they are eating breakfast right now. Exactly. So you can use they as a subject. And if you want to use a contraction, you can say they're eating. They're eating. So in spoken English, it's a very unstressed sound. There. Repeat after me. There. There. So that would be THEY, they, apostrophe RE. There. They're eating. They're eating breakfast right now. Okay. Horatio said, The family is cooking. Excellent verb conjugation. Our verb to be is the family is cooking a new recipe right now. Exactly. Very nicely done. I like that. Is cooking a new recipe. Very nice. Oh, I like this, Manuela, because you have whip up. Does anyone know what the phrasal verb whip up means? We use the phrasal verb whip up specifically with food, and it's when you make, prepare, cook food quickly. So if you only have 15 minutes to eat lunch, you can whip up a quick lunch. You can whip up a sandwich. You can whip up an omelet or whatever you want to eat. Whip up some snacks if unexpectedly you have visitors. So you need to whip up some snacks. Remember to conjugate your verbs. So in the present continuous, they are whipping up breakfast right now. So they're doing it quickly because the kids have to get to school, mom has to get to work, dad has a Zoom meeting in 15 minutes. So they're whipping up breakfast right now. Very nicely said, everyone. And Manuel said Manuela. It's the first time I can hear this name. Interesting. Well, Manuel, meet Manuela. All right. Let's see what's happening next. Well, this is an interesting image, isn't it? And we have a beautiful car, but maybe there's a problem with this car, judging by this image. And our time reference is since this morning. Since this morning. So, what does that tell you about the verb tense? So, first think, what's my subject? And you can use an object as the subject as well. And then think, what's my verb? And then what verb conjugation do I need to match since this morning? And someone said, I've just hit the notification of your channel right now. That's awesome. Well, thank you very much. Okay, so what could we say here? Nicholas said, they've been pushing the car since this morning. Yes. So they're pushing the car. That's what they're doing now. So if someone asks me, what are they doing? Oh, well, they're pushing the car. But then if I want to use the time reference since this morning, I have to change the grammar of my sentence. As Nicholas said, they've been pushing. The present perfect continuous is started in the past and it continues until now. They've been pushing the car since this morning and they are extremely tired. Okay. Ava said their car has broken since this morning. Exactly. Since this morning. There's only one thing you need to do. You need to say their car has been broken because it's to be broken. Broken is the adjective, and you need the verb to be. So you take that verb to be and then you put it in the present perfect because certain verbs do not go in a continuous form. So in this case, you wouldn't put it in the present perfect continuous because it's a state of verb. Their car has been broken since this morning. Exactly. Very nice. Okay. AK said the family has been having trouble with their car since this morning. Exactly. So here, our sentence structure is to have trouble with something, to have trouble with something. So let's say this microphone isn't working very well or it's not connecting. I can say, I'm having trouble with my mic. I'm having trouble with my mic. That is in the present continuous because it's happening right now. Since this morning, the family has been having trouble with their car since this morning. Really nicely done. All right, everyone. Great job. Well, that was a fun image. Not fun for them, I imagine. How about this one? Not yet. Not yet. So remember, you'll have to take that verb not and you still have to conjugate it. It lets you know that the sentence should be negative, but you still have to conjugate it with whatever auxiliary verb that you need. So in this case, you'll need an auxiliary verb to form the sentence. And for our subject, well, there is one very beautiful woman in this image, but maybe you could also talk about the scenery. You could talk about the project or the deadline or something else as well, maybe the team. So you can be creative with the subject as well. Okay, what could we say about this image? So Najib said, my project has not done yet. This one we need to say it a little differently. You could say, my project isn't done yet. So our verb is to be done, or you could say to be finished. Same thing. Done, finished, which means complete, 100% complete. But you want the verb to be. So you would say, my project isn't done yet. My project isn't finished yet. But very nice sentence. Very nice. Okay. Honorable said, I don't call my dad yet. Ah, really nicely said. I like this, creative, but you need the present perfect. So you would say, I haven't called my dad yet. We use the present perfect in this case because it's an unfinished time reference. It's still possible for you to call your dad. You can end the phone call with whoever you're talking to now and then call your dad. I haven't called my dad yet. Okay. In this case, Samir, same thing. She hasn't finished her work yet because, same explanation, it's an unfinished time reference. Okay. So, Chris Naldi said she has not contacted the company yet. Exactly. She has not as a contraction, hasn't. She hasn't contacted the company yet. Exactly. But remember, it's still possible for her to contact the company because it's an unfinished time reference. Very nice, everyone. AK said she hasn't left the office yet. Exactly. And if you put the opposite of that, you could say she is still in the office. She is still in the office. She hasn't left the office yet.
Now let's keep expanding your vocabulary. You'll learn advanced adjectives to sound fluent, and there'll be a quiz at the end. First, I'm going to quiz you to see how well you know these adjectives, but don't worry because after I'm going to explain each one in detail and then you'll complete the quiz again. I promise seeing your result before the lesson and after the lesson, you're going to feel so proud because you've improved a lot. So let's start the quiz. Question 1, Sarah's taste in music meant her favorite genre changed every week. Now, I'm only going to give you 3 seconds to answer, which is not a long time, so hit pause, take as much time as you need, and when you're ready, hit play. Sarah's fickle taste in music. Question 2, the smell of freshly baked bread filled the bakery. Pervasive. Question 3, the conference featured scientists from around the world. Eminent. Question 4, the young boy's nature led him to ask endless questions. Inquisitive. Question 5, ChatGPT is becoming in the workplace. Ubiquitous. Question 6, from the top of the mountain, they admire the expanse of the valley. Vast. Question 7. The novel's ending left a impact on the reader. A profound impact. Question 8. She had an love of painting. Intrinsic. Question 9. Safety is in the construction industry. Paramount. And finally, question 10. The fear of the dark seems to be in many young children. Inherent. So how'd you do with that quiz? Was it easy, difficult? Don't worry if it was difficult, because now I'm going to explain each adjective in detail. Let's do that now. Ubiquitous. Ubiquitous. This means present, found, or appearing everywhere. For example, smartphones are ubiquitous devices. They're found everywhere. They're found in every home, every office. So we can say smartphones are ubiquitous devices in every home and office. Paramount. Paramount. When something is paramount, it means it's more important than anything else. In emergency situations, the safety of the passengers is paramount to the airline crew. So you know the safety of the passengers is important to the airline crew, but by including the adjective paramount, you know it's more important than anything else. So the safety of the passengers is more important than protecting the actual airplane. The safety of the passengers is paramount. Vast. Vast. This means a very great extent or quantity. So when I hear vast, I know that the extent is very great. For example, the Sahara Desert is a vast expanse of sand dunes. So of course I know there are sand dunes in the desert. I know there are many sand dunes. But when I hear vast, the image I have in my mind all of a sudden changes, and I see sand dune after sand dune after sand dune because it's vast. Profound. Profound. This means having deep insight or understanding. For example, the professor's lecture on quantum mechanics was profound. By using this adjective, I understand that the person saying this learned a lot of very deep insights or now has a very deep understanding of the topic because it was profound. Pervasive. Pervasive. This means spreading widely throughout a group or an area. Remember, we talked about how smartphones are ubiquitous. They appear everywhere. Well, as a result, we can say that social media is a pervasive part of modern society. Because smartphones are ubiquitous and social media, like the JForrest English YouTube channel, is now everywhere as well. So it's pervasive. It is spread widely and spread quickly within society. Inherent. Inherent. This means existing in something as a permanent or inseparable quality or element. For example, cats have an inherent ability to land on their feet when they fall. Have you heard that before? That when a cat falls, it always lands on its feet. Well, this is an inherent quality. It's permanent within the cat. It's not separable from the cat. The cat didn't learn how to do this. It's just an inherent quality. Inquisitive. Inquisitive. This means showing a strong curiosity or willingness to learn. For example, my daughter was very inquisitive when we were at the museum. Generally, someone displays being inquisitive by asking a lot of questions. So if you're at the museum with a young child or even an adult, and they ask a lot of questions about what they're seeing. They could also be inquisitive by wanting to read all of the signs and the posters and the information about the objects that they're looking at the museum. In my opinion, being inquisitive is a very beneficial quality when you're learning, especially when you're learning a language. I love when my students ask questions, when they're inquisitive, because it shows they're really trying to understand. And when you ask questions and you get those answers, you're able to form those connections in your brain and learn faster as well. So hopefully you are inquisitive when it comes to the English language. Fickle. Fickle. That's fun to say. Fickle. This means changing frequently, especially in one's loyalties, interests, or affections. For example, the fashion industry is known for its fickle trends. Trends in the fashion industry change very quickly, very frequently. One day, it could be very fashionable to wear a sweater like this, and then next week, they say that is the ugliest sweater ever and you shouldn't wear it. So they're very fickle about what's trendy and what's not trendy. The fashion industry could also be fickle about which designers they promote and support. Maybe one day this person is the designer that everyone's talking about, but then next week nobody's talking about that person and there's a totally new designer. So the fashion industry and many other industries is very fickle. Intrinsic. Intrinsic. This means belonging naturally, and therefore it's an essential part. For example, an intrinsic motivation to succeed drives some athletes to push their limits. So they're not motivated by winning a trophy because that's an external motivation. The trophy is outside of them. They're motivated by something within, an intrinsic motivation. And just like I said that being inquisitive is important when you're learning a language, so is having an intrinsic motivation. If you're only motivated to study to pass the IELTS, well, that's an external motivation. And although it's great to have that motivation, generally it's not enough. Generally, we also need an intrinsic motivation to really push ourselves and succeed our full potential. Eminent. Eminent. This means famous and respected within a specific profession or field. For example, she was awarded a prize for her eminent contributions to the field. The field being the area of her profession. So if she is a quantum mechanic, then that is her field. Quantum mechanics is her field. If she is a physicist, then that is her field, her area of study, interest, or profession. And here it said her eminent contributions. So it's implying that her contributions are famous or respected within that particular field, whether it be quantum mechanics or physics. Now that you're more comfortable with these adjectives, let's do the same quiz again. Here are the questions. Hit pause, take as much time as you need, and when you're ready to see the answers, hit play. Here are the answers. Take as much time as you need to review them, and when you're ready to continue, hit play. Now let's get back to speaking. You'll learn and shadow phrases you can use every day. Let's first learn phrases you can use when talking to household members.
So maybe you say to someone in your household, "Can you pick up some paper towels the next time you're out?" I'll say this slowly. And then I want you to notice all those pronunciation changes, all the linking as well. Can you pick up? Can you pick up? Pick up. So notice that K transfers. Can you pick up some paper towels the next time? There's only one T pronounced because we have two. The next time, the next time you're out, you're out, you're out, you're out. So now I'll say it at a natural pace, and you can open your mouth and repeat after me. Can you pick up some paper towels the next time you're out? So, of course, you can replace paper towels with whatever item you want. It can be food item, it can be a supply for your house, it could be clothing, makeup, it could be anything at all. Like Azam said, can you pick up some bread on your way home? Yeah. So, this on your way home, the person is out right now. So, notice how I used just the word out. Out. So, this means away from the home, not at home. So, someone might call you and say, "Oh, can I come over to your house?" And you say, "Oh, I'm out. I'm out." This means you're not at home. I'm out. So the next time you're out means the next time you leave the house, wherever. But this on the one Azam said, on your way home, the person is currently not at home. So great job. Can you pick up some bread when you're coming home? That works as well. Great job. Awesome, everyone. So, this is a must know phrase to have in your daily life because how often do we ask people to pick something up? And instead of pick up, you could say get or buy. Can you get some paper towels? Can you buy some paper towels? How about this one? Remember, this is phrases you can use with people in your household, your family members, but it could also be your roommates as well. It's your turn to take out the garbage. Now, maybe you say this with some frustration, or maybe you just say it in a more neutral tone. It's your turn to take out the garbage. It's your turn. So I'll say the pronunciation slowly so you can hear the linking and the reductions. And then I'll say it quickly. It's your turn. It's your turn. It's your turn to take. So this two will just be unstressed, to take out. So this K is going to transfer, to take out. Repeat after me, to take out, to take out out the. So don't pronounce this T, to take out to take out to take out the garbage, to take out the garbage, to take out the garbage, bidge. So notice this ending sound is idge, garbage, garbage. And instead of garbage, you can absolutely say trash, trash, garbage, same thing in this specific context. Okay. And Sochi said, "It's always my turn." Yes, that applies to my husband as well. It's always his turn, never my turn. You don't need the two. If you include the two, you have to include the verb to take out the garbage or to take it out. But otherwise, just say, "It's always my turn. It's always my turn." So instead of take out the garbage, maybe there are other tasks you share, like washing dishes or taking the dog for a walk or doing laundry, whatever it might be. It's your turn to do laundry. So your turn, it means that it's your responsibility this time. because on a schedule, we either rotate or change responsibility. And after, you just want the infinitive. It's your turn to wash the dishes. It's your turn to take the dog for a walk at 6 a.m., whatever it might be. Exactly, Atifa. It's your turn to do the dishes. So you might use this if there's a disagreement, your roommate or your sister says, you take out the garbage. And then you say, no, no, I did it last week. It's your turn to take out the garbage. Okay. How about this one? Oh, so this is something you can say to anyone in your household. You could also use this in a public place like a mall, a movie theater, maybe not the last part, but you can think of where else you can use these phrases as well. Definitely at the office. So I'll say it slowly. We'll talk about the pronunciation and then I'll say it quickly. Can you keep it down a bit? Can can you? Can you? Can you? Can you keep it? Keep it. Keep it. Can you keep it down? Down. So notice that N and A connect. Down. Can you keep it down a bit? Can you keep it down a bit? I'm on. But notice because we have important, it's an. I'm on an important. I'm on an important. So notice an, but then hold out that N. An important, important, an important. I'm on an important call. Can you keep it down a bit? I'm on an important call. Now I'll say it quickly. Can you keep it down a bit? I'm on an important call. And maybe you say it with a little frustration. Can you keep it down a bit? I'm on an important call. Or maybe not. Maybe you just say it neutrally and politely. So to keep it, what is the it in this sentence? And down a bit, what does this mean? So who knows what this means? Let's see. And to walk the dog? Yeah. It's your turn to walk the dog. Absolutely. Yes, you can see that. It's your turn to walk the dog. It's your turn to take the dog for a walk, but that's takes longer to say it. So you can absolutely say it's your turn to walk the dog. Very nice. Okay, let's see. Who knows what this means? Can you keep it down a bit? Noise. Yes, yes. Basically, be quiet. Exactly. I love that. Exactly. So the noise, it could be coming from your voice. It could be coming from music. It could be coming from the TV. Maybe you're listening to my lesson. So it's my voice that's disturbing your sister or your husband. Keep it down a bit. You aren't living alone. Good reminder. So, can you keep it down a bit? Can you keep it down a bit? So, it represents the noise, the volume of music or TV. And then you may provide the reason why so the person understands why you need it to be quieter than it is now. I'm on an important call. Okay. That's a great one to have in your vocabulary. And maybe you'll need to do this at the office as well for your coworkers. Yeah, and you can provide a different reason why. I'm in the middle of a discussion. I'm in the middle of a discussion. I'm in the middle of a discussion. Yeah, stop being loud. Exactly. That would only be used, Marta, if you're the one talking. If it's the TV or music, then maybe I wouldn't say stop being loud. I would just say like turn down the music, turn down the TV. Let's keep going. How about this one? So remember, if you're talking to people in your household, well, maybe it's a roommate or maybe it's family members, but you agree to share the expenses. So you might say to someone in your household, tell me how much I owe you for water this month. Tell me how much I owe you for water this month. Tell me how much I owe you for water. So notice how unstressed this is for water this month. So this is stated as the imperative. I'm just giving it as an instruction. Tell me how much is the specific quantity, how much I owe you. So if I owe you money, it's in this context, it's because you paid the water bill, but you paid my portion of the water bill. So now I need to give you money to compensate you. So I owe you money. You owe someone money. So if you borrow from your friend, a family member, anyone, you owe that person money. And that person could say to you, hey, when are you going to pay back that $20 you owe me, that $200, $2,000, whatever it is? When are you going to pay me back? Which means return the money, settle the debt. Tell me how much I owe you for water. So for water, this represents you have to pay a bill that is specific for water. So for water, for gas, for electricity, for Netflix, for cable, for food, whatever, for the car, whatever your expenses are, you can just use that expense and then this month. And that represents the invoice, the bill you receive. Tell me how much I owe you for electricity. Exactly. Exactly. Perfect. Okay. Tell me how much I owe you for food. Exactly. Exactly. So one person goes to the grocery store, they pay for everything, including the items you wanted, and then you have to pay that money back. Back. Yeah. Tell me how much I owe you for the groceries. Exactly. Exactly. So this is a great one. And maybe even you're just out with a friend for lunch and your friend pays for lunch. Or recently I went to the movies with friends and then they bought the tickets. So then my husband said, how much do we owe you for the tickets? How much do we owe you? Because they paid for the tickets so we could get the seats together. And then we sent them our share of the cost. So this is a very useful one to have in your vocabulary. How about this one? We'll move on to things around your home, and specifically we'll focus on repairs, Oh, that's on me. So I don't have to pay you. Oh, that's very nice. So you can say that if, let's say, Atifa says, tell me how much I owe you for dinner tonight. And then Alexander says, that's on me. It means Alexander is happy to pay for your dinner. So he doesn't want any money from you, Atifa. So you can say, thank you so much, Alexander. That's so sweet of you. Yeah. Oh, thanks, Alexander. That's awesome. All right. Before we move on, make sure you like this lesson if you're getting benefit from it, because this is the best way that you can pay me back for this free lesson is you can support the channel. So you can do that easily. Just like this lesson. It truly matters. And subscribe so you're notified every time I post a new lesson, and then put yes, 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 yes in the comments if you're enjoying this lesson as well. And I have something else for you. And you don't have to pay me back at all because this is free and you don't have to pay for free things. So you can get this free speaking guide where I share 6 tips on how to speak English fluently and confidently. So you can just go to the link that you see in the description and you can get this free speaking guide. And thank you so much, Ariel, for always being so generous. I appreciate that. All right, everyone, let's continue on. So remember, we're talking about home and specifically repairs. So this is something, unfortunately, that I'm dealing with right now. And it's really frustrating because it's an important appliance, the dishwasher. I don't want to wash the dishes. The dishwasher washes the dishes, but the dishwasher's been acting up. The dishwasher's been acting up. So here, what is that apostrophe S? What does that represent? I'll say this slowly and you can focus on the pronunciation and then put in the comments what this apostrophe S, what word does that represent? The dishwasher's been. The dishwasher's been acting up. Up. So notice when I'll hold this for the ing, that I'll just hold that when I say up. Acting up, up, acting up, acting up, acting up. The dishwasher's been acting up. The dishwasher's been acting up. Oh, the dishwasher's been acting up. Thank you so much, Belair Luis. What a beautiful name. I appreciate that. Okay, what does this mean? I saw Fabrice got it. Yeah, not working properly. So, this is a true story. I take the dishes out, most of them are dirty, and there's also this white substance on them, which I think is one of my examples as well. And you're right. The apostrophe S is the word has because it's the present perfect continuous. It started in the past a few weeks ago and it continues until now, unfortunately. So, what about you? Do you have anything in your house or office or in your daily environment that's been acting up? So, not behaving as it should, not behaving properly. We generally use this for electronics, but if you give me an example, I can let you know if it works in that case. Yeah, so hair dryer, that is an electronic. You have to plug it in. There's electronic pieces. My hair dryer has been acting up. Mine too. Sometimes I have to jiggle the cord. Jiggle means you move the cord around because as I'm using it, it just stops working. And then I jiggle the cord and it starts working again. So this is a true story for me too. The iron's been acting up. My laptop's been acting up. Exactly. My washing machine's been acting up. My fan's acting up. Exactly. Yeah. The microwave's been acting up. Jorge asked if acting up is only for things. Mm, I'm trying to think. I think parents sometimes use this with their kids, like, oh, the kids have been acting up all day, like not behaving properly. But I don't think it's used very much in like a workplace situation. Like my team's been acting up. It is used, parents generally use it with their children, younger children, but I don't think it's generally used for adults. So to be on the safe side, you can definitely use it with electronics and things. Okay, so how about this one? This is an example of how my dishwasher has been acting up. So if you want to give an example of how your oven has been acting up or how your cat's been acting up, yeah, you could use that as well with pets. Yeah, so here's my example. So think of what your example could be about your fan, your oven, your dishwasher, your whatever it was, your cat. So the dishes are coming out dirty. So that's not what is supposed to happen. Of course, a dishwasher is supposed to clean dishes. So this is an example. The dishes are coming out dirty. So coming out is when You take them out of the dishwasher and you look at them, they're dirty. There are different ways to say this, of course, but I feel like this is what a native speaker would say in daily speech. The dishes are coming out dirty. The dishes are coming out dirty. My younger brother has been acting up. Yes. Okay. The dishes are. So notice that dishes are, you'll have a little bit of a z sound. The dishes are coming out. We already talked about and out. The dishes are coming out dirty, dirty. The dishes are coming out dirty. And I already explained this. This one really annoys me because even after I scrub it, it's very difficult to get this white residue, which I assume is the soap that has not been properly rinsed off, but now it is caked on. If you say that something is caked on, it means that it's stuck on and it's very difficult to get off. So the dishwasher is leaving a white residue on the dishes. So this is another example of how the dishwasher has been acting up. The dishwasher is leaving a white residue. So residue is just a substance. That's what you can think of it, and it's used in a cleaning context. You can think of it. So if you clean your sink with a certain product, a cleaning product, and then you rinse it off, but then after you still see there's something white or a certain color, you would call that a residue because it is left on the surface. The dishwasher is leaving a white residue on the dishes. Yes, a thin layer. Absolutely. It is a thin layer. Thin but difficult to get off. The dishes are coming out greasy. Exactly. So greasy, just think of a feeling of oil when you touch it. For sure. You can say that. A sticky layer. Yeah, you can say that as well. Okay, so this is what I said to my husband. Do you think you'll be able to fix it? Do you think you'll be able to? You'll be able to fix it. Do you think you'll be able to fix it? So you could simply say, do you think you can fix it? For sure, you could say that. No issue with it. I used able to because it's more talking about his ability, which is why I chose it. But if you wanted to use can, that's fine. And then it's in the future simple. You will, you'll repeat after me. You'll, you'll. Do you think you'll be able to? You'll be able to fix it. But because this is a preposition and there's a next word, it's going to be unstressed to. Do you think you'll be able to fix it? To fix it. Do you think you'll be able to fix it? You'll be able to. You need able there. You can't just say you'll be to. You'll be able to repair it. You can use repair instead of fix for sure. Ah, I love this. You think it's fixable? Is it fixable? So if something is fixable, it means you're able to fix it. I like that. Do you think it's fixable? You think it's fixable? And then he dropped the do, which is very commonly done. Do you think it's fixable? Nice. Oh, Jorge, come over here. You need to, I'll try to fix it. Yes, I need someone to fix my dishwasher. Ah, okay. How about this one? Let's just get a new one. This one's super old anyway. So this is what I said because we've tried a few things, mainly just we put some really strong cleaning agent in because we thought maybe it's just clogged and maybe from the calcium and the hard water buildup. So we put like a cleaning solution to dissolve the minerals, the calcium, but that didn't work at all. So I said, let's just get a new one. Let's just get a new one. New one. And of course, one represents dishwasher. Let's just get a new one. This one's super old. This one's super. So because I already have that S there, I'm not going to pronounce that again and I'll connect them. This one's super old anyway. Super old anyway. Old anyway. This one's super old anyway. And it's true, it is very old. It's not the dishwasher's fault. It's very old. It lived a good life. Let's just buy a new one. Exactly. Let's just buy. So here, get represents buy. All right. So that's where we left off on our discussion of the dishwasher. And we'll see. We have to now go dishwasher shopping. So, shopping for a new dishwasher, dishwasher shopping. All right. So, let's move on to some phrases when you forget something. Oh, would you describe yourself as a forgetful person? Are you forgetful? So if you're forgetful, you're someone who forgets things. I think we are all generally forgetful by nature, and that's why we need to do things like write ourselves to-do lists so we don't forget things. So here's something that I said last week, and I was making this very specific eggplant stew served with rice. But the rice, one of the best parts of this dish is that you put carrots and raisins on the rice and I forgot to get carrots and raisins. So I said this when I came home from the store and I'm unpacking and I said, "Oh no, I forgot to get carrots and raisins." I I don't know why I'm reversing them. Get raisins and carrots. Oh no, I forgot to get raisins and carrots. Raisins and this is a hard one actually because we have raisins which ends on a S, of course. But then you're going to take this and just say, oh no, I forgot to get raisins and carrots. That's kind of tricky. I forgot to get raisins and carrots. Raisins and carrots. I forgot to get raisins and carrots. And I forgot them because they were not on my list, my grocery list. And if it's not on my list, I will not get it. Oh no. Oh no. I forgot to get raisins and carrots. Yeah, it slipped my mind. It slipped my mind. That's a great one. I just forgot to get tomato paste. Exactly. You need a E at the end or else it's pronounced past. Paste. Exactly. Okay. They were on the list. Oh, yes, this is what happened. They were on the list. So raisins and carrots were on my grocery list. You can call it a grocery list, a shopping list, or simply a list if the context is obvious. They were on the list, but I forgot it at home. So I forgot my list at home, my little piece of paper I forgot it at home. And that's why I forgot these items because I don't normally buy these items. They were on the list, but I forgot it at home. I forgot it, the list. I forgot it. Forgot it. So notice this T is going to become a soft D. I forgot it. Did, did, did at home. I forgot it at home. I forgot it at home. I forgot it at home. They were on the list, but I forgot it at home. That's the worst when you forget your list. Okay. My bad. I forgot my cell phone at home. Exactly. I forgot and then something and then you can use at a location. I forgot I forgot my cell phone at home. Well, maybe you would say I left my cell phone at home. I forgot to bring my cell phone. Yeah, you could say that. I forgot my cell phone at home. Yeah. Awesome. Oh no. Jorge, I forgot the last month the whole bag with groceries in the bus. Oh no. Oh no. That sucks. So that's what you can say if someone tells you that story. That sucks. That sucks. When you're expressing the awfulness of the situation. That sucks. That sucks. And it does. That definitely sucks. Okay. You can say to someone, put that on the to do list so I don't forget. So let's say your roommate, your family member, your spouse asks you to, I don't know, fix the leaky sink or pick up some yard bags, whatever task it is. Then you can say, put that represents the task or the item. Put that on the to do list so I don't forget. And then you have your big long list of things that you need to do. Atifa, oh no, I forgot to pay the electricity bill on time. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, that's not a good thing to forget. How about this one? I put the appointment in my calendar and turned on reminders. So, this is how you can avoid forgetting something. You can put the appointment in your calendar. So, notice that preposition in your calendar. So, if someone asks you, are we having lunch tomorrow? You can say, yep, it's in my calendar. It's in my calendar. So you're letting the person know that it's confirmed. For you, it's confirmed because it's in your calendar. It's in your calendar. I put the appointment in my calendar. Maybe it's for a dentist appointment, an eye appointment, an appointment with your lawyer, real estate agent, whatever it is. I put the appointment in my calendar and turned on reminders. So if you turn on reminders, it means you activate the reminders. You tell your calendar you want to be reminded about this appointment, and then you choose the time 24 hours in advance, 1 week in advance, 1 hour in advance, whatever it might be. I put the appointment in my calendar and turned on reminders. And yes, you can say schedule. So, calendar, schedule, they're generally used interchangeably. That's in my schedule, it's in my calendar. Yeah, very nice. So, I won't forget them. Yes. So, in spoken English, we generally take them and then we just pronounce it as m. Forget them, forget them, forget them. How about this one? Did you remember? So, if you want to ask someone if they didn't forget to do something, so if they did something that they were supposed to, you can start with did you remember? So notice the pronunciation. Did you? Did you? J. There's going to be a J sound. Did you? Did you? Did you remember? Did you remember to? Did you remember to call the repair guy about the dishwasher? Native speakers, we generally use the word guy. Yes, it is a little gender exclusive because we're assuming it's a male. And in a conversational context, it's more common to say guy instead of man, but you could absolutely say man. The repair guy, the repair guy about the dishwasher, the repair guy about the dishwasher. This is a very casual way of referring to this person. The person has a different official job title, but this is just what we call them conversationally. So I would say to my husband, oh, don't forget the repair guy's coming today. Is the repair guy coming today? Did you call the repair guy? So that's how my husband and I would talk about this person, although they have a different job title than repair guy is not on their business card. Did you remember to call the repair guy about the dishwasher? So that's how you can ask. You could simply say, did you call? Did you call the repair guy? If you say, did you remember to call? You're also at the same time letting your husband know that this was a task and I want to know if you did the task you were assigned. Okay, let's move on and ask for recommendations. Can you think of any recommendations? Jorge, you're close. The technical term would be like the official job title. So the technical term, I can't remember what I said, but I think maybe I said the technical term. And probably the more technical term for a repair guy might be technician. Technician. So that might be what he has on his business card, technician. Maybe he's a mechanic, an electrician. I'm not sure what his formal job title would be, but technical term you could use. Okay, so let's look for recommendations. Maybe I ask my friend. So if I need a recommendation, the first thing I do is I go to people I trust. People who I know have the same style of taste that I have and people I trust for these things. So I would say to that person, do you know a good repair guy for a dishwasher? So, because I'm talking casually to a friend or a neighbor or a colleague, I'm still going to use this casual, informal term, which is repair guy. Repair guy. Do you know a good repair guy for a dishwasher? Do you know? Do you know? So instead of saying, can you recommend, which is relatively formal, I wouldn't personally use that if I'm just talking to my friends or a neighbor or a colleague. I would just say, hey, do you know? Do you know? Do you know a good repair guy? Do you know a good repair guy? And then I can be specific because obviously they specialize in different things for a dishwasher. Do you know a good repair guy for a dishwasher? This is a great one. Could you recommend some good places to visit in Japan? Absolutely. That's a great use of you recommend and perfect sentence structure. Awesome. Oh, I like this one. Where can I find someone? Where can I find someone who repairs hair dryers? Yeah, you just need an S on hair dryer because you're just talking about the general category. Otherwise, if you want to keep it singular, like mine is singular, you need an article. So, where can I find someone who repairs a hair dryer? But for yours, I think the general category, hair dryers, all of them. Where can I find someone who repairs hair dryers? That's really nice. I like that sentence structure. Well done. Welcome, Melina. Better late than never. My time zone changed. And I woke up on Sunday morning, and thankfully, the microwave and the oven don't change automatically, but my cell phone changed automatically. And I had no idea it was daylight savings. So that's why it might be a later or earlier for you, depending on your time zone, because my time zone changed on Sunday. Okay. Yeah, this is a good one. Do you know a skilled repair guy? Instead of good, skilled. A skilled repair guy for an AC. AC, air conditioner. AC. For a dishwasher, for an AC. Awesome. I love that. Great job, everyone. So this is if I wanted to fix our dishwasher, but I don't think it's worth it. So we're probably just going to buy a new one. So I would say to my friend or whoever, we're buying a new dishwasher. Are you happy with yours? Are you happy with yours? Your dishwasher. Are you happy with your dishwasher? So it's another way of a casual, regular way of asking, do you like your dishwasher? Because if you like your dishwasher, then most likely I know it's a good one. So you would recommend it. Are you satisfied with? Yeah, satisfied with is definitely a great alternative, a little more advanced, formal sounding, the more everyday is happy with, but absolutely you could use either one. Are you satisfied with? Are you happy with? Very nice. So it's a great way to ask for a recommendation. So someone might ask you, are you happy with your English teacher? Are you happy with your YouTube English teacher? And maybe you can say, I absolutely am. Okay. Now, how about this? Do you know who we could hire to take out our old dishwasher? Hmm. So notice this. Do you know who we could hire? So, who we could hire? We need to hire someone who we could hire to take out. So, take out in this context means remove, remove our old dishwasher. So, take out our old dishwasher, get rid of it because obviously it's very large and we don't have the truck or anything. So, to take out our old dishwasher. And it could also mean technically they need to disconnect it and things like that as well. Do you know who we could hire to take out our old dishwasher? So you can ask who we could hire to fix our dishwasher as well, but in this context we're doing takeout. Do you know anyone who can take, maybe I would say take unwanted things or take our trash, something like that, who can take the discarded things, but yeah, something like that. Try to Google for recycling companies in your area. Yes, exactly. Well done. I like that. Okay, so, ooh, this person is really spamming. I'm trying to get rid of it. I don't know why someone would spend their time doing that. Okay, let's go on and respond to compliments. So, a compliment is when someone says something positive to you, like, wow, I love your hair. I love that shirt. Or really great job on the presentation, or whatever it is. So that's a compliment, positive things that someone says. So, but you want to respond to the compliments. So let's learn some phrases. That's so sweet of you. That's so sweet of you. Now, keep in mind, these are probably a little more feminine of phrases. Guys, if you want to share some phrases that you would use, I'm happy to review them and make sure that they're correct and natural. But perhaps a little more of a feminine phrase. That's so sweet of you. That's so sweet of you. That's so sweet of you. So, this is when someone offers you a compliment, like you have cute cats. That's so sweet of you. Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay. How about this? Instead of that's so sweet of you, so you're just talking about that. The fact you said I have cute cats, that represents that's so sweet of you. So sweet of you. Now, instead, I could just say, oh, you're so sweet. You're so sweet. You're so sweet. So you are, you're so sweet. Or like Marta said, thank you. That's so sweet of you. That's very nice of you to say. That's very nice of you to say. Exactly. That's very kind of you. Exactly. I love that. You're so sweet. Yes. You can emphasize that so. I appreciate it. I love that one. How about this? I appreciate it. You can absolutely say it like Marta did. That's very common. Or you can say, I appreciate your kind words. So the kind words is whatever the compliment is. The fact that someone says, you did such a great job on the presentation. I appreciate your kind words. I appreciate your kind words. Or I appreciate it. That works too. Now, I like the word truly. I think it sounds very strong because we don't use it in too many everyday situations. So when you hear it, you notice it more and it really emphasizes more than saying that's very. Although I wouldn't say that's very in this context. So that's very nice of you. That's truly nice of you because very is such a common word. We hear it so often that when I hear it, I don't notice it because it's just such a common word. But if I hear the word truly, it stands out a little bit more. I truly appreciate that. I truly appreciate that. I truly believe in your skills. Yeah, if your boss said that, I truly believe in your skills. I truly believe in your ability to do this. You would feel like a boost of confidence because someone believes in you and they said, I truly. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, you can absolutely say that's nice of you to say. That's nice of you to say. You can have that at the end. That's nice of you to say that. You have a really nice office. That's nice of you to say that. That's nice of you to say that. You can include that at the end, but it's not required. I do appreciate that. This is a great use of the emphatic do, the emphatic present simple. So you use do even though grammatically it isn't required. I appreciate that. But when you use do, you're emphasizing. I do appreciate that. I truly appreciate that. Very nice. Excellent use there. Ooh, here's one I like saying to people. You just made my day. You just made my day. Instead of saying, that's so sweet of you, thanks, I appreciate that. Those are also very common expressions, but this isn't the most common expression. So when I hear it, it stands out more because it isn't just an automatic, oh, that's so sweet. Thank you. I appreciate that, which are more just automatic replies. You just made my day. You just made my day. And this made my day is like saying you improved my overall day. You improved the quality of my overall day. You just made my day.
Amazing job! Now you're ready for more advanced speaking. I'm going to share a dialogue and I'll read the teacher part and you'll read the student part.
And our first conversation is talking to a stranger at a cafe. Ooh, does the thought of talking to a stranger at a cafe in English, does that make your heart go like this? Does your hands start to shake? Do you get that feeling in your stomach? Well, don't worry, because if you know exactly what to say, the right phrases, you know your grammar is correct, you know your pronunciation is correct, and you know you'll be able to understand natives, well, you will feel confident. So here's what you need to say. Remember, I'm the teacher and you're the student. Okay. So I will say this and then you say this part. Excuse me, is anyone sitting here? Did you say it out loud? Okay. I will say this and I want you to practice the pronunciation. So repeat after me, shadow my pronunciation. Oh no, go ahead. It's free. Okay, so let's review the dialogue together. Excuse me. This is how you get someone's attention. Excuse me. Is anyone sitting here? Is anyone sitting here? Now, I saw a student at the beginning. Let me find it. Jolanta, just to use you as an example, Jolanta said, I'm seating at a table. We don't use the verb seat, we use the verb sit. Is anyone sitting here? Is anyone sitting here? So they're asking if this seat, that's the noun form, is this seat available for me to sit? And then what do you say? Say it again out loud. So here, oh no, no. So instead of just saying no, because is anyone sitting here, and you want to say no, nobody is sitting here, you can just add a little O at the beginning just to make it sound more friendly. Oh no, go ahead. So this is how you invite someone or accept their invitation. Go ahead and sit here. Go ahead, it's free. So it being the seat, which is the noun, it's free. And free means available. Okay, so I will say this again as the teacher. And now that you know the meaning and the pronunciation, you say it out loud. Here we go. Excuse me, is anyone sitting here? Oh no, go ahead, it's free. Now, the conversation is going to continue, okay? So we're not done yet. You're going to keep talking to the stranger because you're going to make some small talk, which is some casual conversation. So I'm going to reply, thanks. Wow, it's really busy in here today. Now you say this part. Did you say it? Okay, let me say the dialogue again. Thanks. So I'm saying thanks for the seat. Thanks. Now I'm changing topics and I'm making a general statement. Wow, it's really busy in here today. So is really busy to be in here. You need your preposition for in the cafe. So here represents the cafe in here today. Now you say it out loud. Yeah, this place is always packed around lunchtime. So, yeah is acknowledging that, yes, it is really busy. Yeah sounds more conversational. It sounds more natural to what a native speaker would say. Yeah. This place, this cafe, this place is always packed. Instead of packed, you could use busy. So, to be packed is the same as to be busy. It means that there are many people in a certain area or location. Notice the pronunciation. This ed is a t, packed, packed, packed around lunchtime. So when is lunchtime? Well, it's the time that people eat lunch. In North America, that is generally between, noon, 12 p.m. Noon is lunchtime. If I had to say only one time, it's noon, 12 p.m. But if I wanted to make a range, I would say 11:30 to 1:30. Between that time is lunchtime. So around lunchtime, it means a little bit before, a little bit after. Okay, let's do the dialogue again. Now, remember, when I get to the student part, you need to open your mouth and say this out loud. Thanks. Wow, it's really busy in here today. Yeah, this place is always packed around lunchtime. Awesome job. You're doing great. Let's keep going. So I'm still talking to this stranger. Now, this is just a little bit of small talk. Why not? I'll keep going. How's the cold brew? I've heard it's good here. Okay, let's go back to my part. How's the cold brew? So let's imagine this stranger is drinking a cold brew. Cold brew is a style of iced coffee. So it's just a style of iced coffee. Okay. So the stranger is drinking it or it's just on the table and I notice it. So I'm saying, how's the cold brew? I'm asking if they like it. Is it good? Is it bad? Do you like it? Do you not like it? How's the cold brew? Now I'm just making a general statement. I've heard it's good here. So again, here being the cafe. I heard the cold brew is good here. Okay, now the student says, the stranger in the cafe, who is you, answers my question because remember, I asked, how's the cold brew? And the stranger says, delicious, delicious. So we can use, of course, delicious for very good, very tasty. So it's positive for food or drinks. Okay, delicious. One of the best in town for sure. So, this is one of the best cold brews in town. Notice this in town. Town does not refer to country, city, state, town being a small geographical area. No, town means the location you're in. If you are in New York City, one of the biggest cities in North America, you would still say one of the best in town. And then in that case, it means in New York City or in the Times Square area, in the West Village area. So it's whatever area you're in. Delicious, one of the best in town for sure. Now, for sure is just a casual way of saying, I am positive or this is true. Okay, remember, I'm teaching you how natives talk to each other in the real world. So let's do this again. I will be the teacher. And when I get to the end, you're going to open your mouth and say this part out loud. Here we go. How's the cold brew? I've heard it's good here. Delicious, one of the best in town for sure. Let's keep going. So remember, this is a conversation we're continuing on. So the stranger, you told me it's delicious. So now I'm acknowledging that. Good to know. Good to know. I'll give it a shot next time. You won't be disappointed. Okay, so good to know. This is the short form of saying it's good to know that the cold brew is delicious. Okay, so if someone says something and you want to acknowledge it, you can simply say good to know. So maybe your coworker tells you that the meeting is delayed or traffic is terrible on Main Street and you can say good to know. It's like saying I'm glad you shared that with me. Good to know. Good to know. I'll give it a shot next time. I'll give it a shot. So I'll give it being cold brew. I'll give it a shot next time. This means I'll try it. The next time in the cafe, I'll order a cold brew. I'll give it a shot next time. A lot of people are asking about cold brew, asking if it means beer. It's interesting. No, because the verb is to brew. You brew coffee. So, yes, you can say I'm making coffee, but you can also say to brew coffee, which means to make coffee. So, but just keep in mind that cold brew is the name that people have given to a style of iced tea. Not tea, iced coffee. So, just cold coffee, iced coffee. They've given a certain type of iced coffee the name cold brew. Okay. Just like bubble tea is the name of a certain type of beverage, cold brew is this name of a certain type of beverage, which is cold coffee. Okay. All right. I'll give it a shot next time. And then you say, you won't be disappointed. You won't, the contraction of will not. You won't. You won't. Notice I don't push out that T. You won't be. You won't be. You won't be disappointed. So, this by saying you won't be disappointed, it's just encouraging me to do the activity that the person recommended. And in this case, the activity is ordering cold brew. So, if you tell your friend that you just watched a really great movie and then your friend says, "Oh, I'll watch that tonight." You can say you won't be disappointed, just to again reinforce that you think this movie is excellent or that your recommendation is excellent. You won't be disappointed. You won't be disappointed. Okay. So you should definitely add that one to your vocabulary. Add all of these to your vocabulary, especially I'll give it a shot. A lot of students are asking. Yes, it just means try it. So you have to conjugate the word try. So in this case, it will be I will try it next time. I will try it, meaning cold brew, next time. I'll try it next time. I'll give it a shot next time. Oh, right. Yes, exactly. You are going to like it. You will be pleased. Exactly. Exactly. No, shot has nothing to do with drinks. So it just means try something. Try something. So you can use it with anything. Oh, I played pickleball for the first time. It was really fun. You should give it a shot. You should play pickleball. You should try pickleball. So whatever it is. Marta says, I gave it a shot. I was not disappointed at all. Exactly. Well done. Okay, so now let's do the dialogue. I will be the teacher. And when I get to the end, this is when you open your mouth and say this part. Here we go. Good to know. I'll give it a shot next time. You won't be disappointed. All right, that was our dialogue for talking to a stranger. Now you have some great expressions you can use so you feel comfortable making small talk. Be honest, even in your own native language, you probably don't like talking to strangers. Most people don't, but why not? It's more enjoyable. Life is more enjoyable when you have conversations with people. So give it a try, give it a shot, give it a shot. Talk to a stranger, even in your own native language. Okay, now let's move on and we're going to do the same thing, but this time the dialogue is when you're running into a friend. So if you run into a friend, it means you see someone you know, a friend, but you weren't planning to see that person. So you accidentally see them. But before we do, make sure you put yes, yes, yes. If you're enjoying this lesson, put yes, yes, yes in the comments. I'm so glad this is your first time. Are you enjoying it? Put yes, yes, yes in the comments. And also like this lesson. This is the best way that you can support me and say, Jennifer, I'm not disappointed with this lesson. So put yes, yes, yes. Like this lesson and subscribe so you're notified every time I post a new lesson. Thank you so much, everyone. I am so glad. Woohoo. Thank you, everyone. All right. I appreciate all of the love. Thank you. Thank you so much, Ariel. Now I'll get a coffee after this. Thank you. Okay. And also, I have this free speaking guide for you where I share 6 tips on how to speak English fluently and confidently. You can go to my website and you'll see it, or you can just find the direct link in the description, enter your name and email, and then this will be emailed to you. I share my best tips and advice in this guide. Plus, then you'll be on my email list and I share my additional tips and advice directly by email. Now, also, if you haven't already, you should absolutely join the Finally Fluent Academy. This is my program where you can work directly with me. And this is a complete program to help you understand real English, native English speakers, and sound fluent in 90 days. So, in the Finally Fluent Academy, we do exactly what we're doing here. You learn real English by studying native speakers on TV, movies, YouTube, the news, everywhere in the real world. You learn the correct vocabulary, the correct expressions, the correct grammar, the correct pronunciation. And then you also get personalized support and feedback from me. So you can get correction from me on your written exercises and your spoken exercises as well. So you can go to my website and just click the link for Finally Fluent Academy or find the direct link in the description. All right, everyone, let's keep going. And remember, now we're talking about running into a friend. Running into a friend. So I'll go first. And then when I get to this word, you're going to open your mouth and say the next part. Here we go. Hi, I haven't seen you in ages. I'm so glad you're here. I know. I think it's been a year since we've seen each other. So remember, you're running into a friend. In this case, it sounds like it's a friend you haven't seen in a long time. So, hi, just a friendly way to, if you know the person's name, you would say, hi, Sarah, or whatever the person's name is. I haven't seen you. So, notice the present perfect in the negative. I haven't seen you in ages, in ages, in ages. This means in a very long time. But what does that mean? Well, it depends on your relationship with that friend. It could be 1 month is a long time if you normally see that person every day, for example. I'm so glad you're here. So maybe this is at a party or some event, and this friend you haven't seen is also at the party. And then your friend says, I know. What is this? I know. I know. It's just acknowledging, I haven't seen you in ages. I know. Oh my goodness. I know. So it's acknowledging that it's been a long time. I know. And then they're going on and providing a specific time because I said in ages, which is just a long period of time. I think it's been a year. It has been. This is the present perfect as well, because we're talking about an action that started in the past and continues until now. In this case, the point that we're talking. It's been a year since we've seen each other. Okay, let's do this again. And then when I get to here, you go on to the student. Hi, I haven't seen you in ages. I'm so glad you're here. I know. I think it's been a year since we've seen each other. Okay, now let's keep going. It's been too long. Are you still at Google? Yeah, actually, I just got promoted. Okay, so it's been too long. This is just me acknowledging that I wish we had seen each other sooner, or it's been a long time. It has been too long. It has. It's been too long. It's been too long. Are you still at Google? So in this context, it means, are you still working at Google? Are you still employed at Google? But you can just get rid of the working part and just use at Google because the context makes it obvious. Are you still at Google? Now, we only use this with like large recognizable companies where you can say, are you still at? And then the company to imply working there. And notice it's not a job title, it's a company, an organization. And you use the preposition at in this specific case to talk about the company. And then the student says, or my friend says, yeah. Remember we talked about this before? Yeah is just a casual way of saying yes. Yeah, actually, I just got promoted. So, actually is an excellent transition word. It's an adverb, but it's used to add or clarify information because my knowledge is that this person works at Google in a specific role. But now the person wants me to know that they work at Google, but the role is different. So they're clarifying that with the word actually. Yeah, actually, I just got promoted. Just got promoted. So get promoted is that transition from not promoted to promoted, and it's in the past simple. I just got promoted, promoted, promoted. So this is where you have a role with more responsibility and also more pay. So you make more money. Okay, so now let's do that again. When I get to Google, you're going to open your mouth and say the next part. It's been too long. Are you still at Google? Yeah, actually, I just got promoted. Let's keep going. That's amazing. Congrats. So, of course, I'm acknowledging my friend got promoted. That's amazing. Congrats. Congrats is the short form for congratulations. Now I ask a different question. And do you still live downtown? Now you. For the moment, but we're house hunting. Okay. And do you still live downtown? Because remember, it's been a year. Oh, where am I going? It's been a year since I've seen my friend. So my knowledge is outdated. Do you still live downtown? The last time I saw you, you lived downtown. Is that true today? That's the meaning of still. Now, my friend says, for the moment, for the moment. So this is saying, yes, I live downtown, but not permanently. So this lets me know that things are going to change for the moment, for the moment, for the moment. And you could say for the time being or right now, but we're house hunting, house hunting, house hunting. So this isn't an activity to house hunt. Okay. So the verb you conjugate is hunt. And that's why it's in the ing form because it's the present continuous. The action is taking place now. We're house hunting. This is another way of saying we're looking for a new house. We're looking for a new place to live. So if a friend asks you, like, oh, what have you been up to lately? Say, well, actually, we're house hunting. So we've been pretty busy. Every weekend, we go to different showings, different open houses. We talk to our realtor every day. We're checking the listings every day. All of that is the process of house hunting. So you can just use the term house hunting to represent all the different activities that go with looking for a new house. Okay, so when I get to the word downtown, you're going to open your mouth and say the next part. That's amazing. Congrats. And do you still live downtown? For the moment, but we're house hunting. Okay, let's keep going. Oh, wow. How's that going? So you can just use, oh, wow. Oh, really? Oh, wow. To acknowledge what the person just said. How's that going? How's that going? So notice that represents the activity. How is house hunting going? How is house hunting going? So you may be familiar with how's it going as a greeting. Oh, hey, how's it going? That's a way of saying, how are you? How's your day been? But here, how's that going? That represents house hunting. So just like how is your day going, they want to know how the activity is going. Good, bad, fast, slow, easy, difficult. How's it going? How's that going? And then the student says, ah, honestly, not the best. Not the best. So just like, how's your day going? Not the best. Not the best. So this is a way of saying it isn't going well. It isn't going well. Not the best. Not the best. Everything we've seen, so everything represents all the houses. But It could be condos, townhouses, regular houses, side by side duplex. So whatever style of house home this person is looking at. So everything we've seen is in the present perfect because it's an ongoing timeline. We've seen is outside of our budget. Ooh, this means it's too expensive. So generally you have a budget for the house you want. So if it's outside of your budget, it means it's more than you're willing to pay. It's more than you're willing or able to pay outside of my budget and still requires work. Ah, do you know what that means? In the context of house hunting, if a house requires work, it means you have to redo the kitchen, the walls need to be repainted, the floors have scratches all over them, you'll have to redo the floors, the windows are 50 years old, so you have to get new windows. I'm not saying you have to do all of those activities, but you have to do some renovations or repairs. So that's what that word work means. It represents renovations or repairs. Okay, so let's start from the beginning. When I say the word going, you're going to open your mouth and say the rest. Here we go. Oh, wow. How's that going? Honestly, not the best. Everything we've seen is outside of our budget and still requires work. All right. Let's keep going. I wrote this myself, but a few days ago, so I don't even remember what I said. Good thing you got that promotion. This is definitely something I would say because I wrote it, but it's kind of making a joke at the fact, well, if the house is outside of your budget, it means it's more money than you want to pay and it requires work. Well, renovations and repairs are expensive. So I said, somewhat sarcastically, good thing you got that promotion because remember, a promotion means you have more money, but you just bought a really expensive house that requires a lot of work. So that's what I mean by good thing you got that promotion. So it's a little bit of a jokey, sarcastic thing to say. Okay, let me say this again and then you can continue on. Say the next part and then I'll explain it. Good thing you got that promotion. Okay. Yeah, exactly. Anyway, I gotta run. How about lunch next week for a proper catch up? Okay, yeah, exactly. They're acknowledging the fact that good thing they have additional money because they're going to be spending a lot of money in the near future when they buy a home. Anyway, this is how you transition. So, in any conversation, if you want to transition topics or if you want to transition to leave, just use the word anyway. Anyway, anyway, I gotta run. Okay, remember, I'm not writing this to my friend and showing this to my friend. I'm talking to my friend in spoken English. Gotta is not a word in English, but it's a natural reduction that takes place in spoken English. And that's why I have it here because in spoken English, I would not say I got to run, I would say, I gotta run. I gotta run. I gotta run. Run means go. I gotta run. Anyway, I gotta run. It means I have to leave. I have to go. How about lunch next week? How about is how you offer a suggestion. How about we watch a movie tonight? How about pizza for dinner? So you're offering a suggestion. How about lunch next week for a proper catch up? So catch up is a noun, it's a something, and it's when two people talk and share news with each other and share updates on our lives. And you do this with friends and family members. So that's a catch up. A catch up. A catch up. Proper just discusses or acknowledges the point that I'm just talking to you very quickly, but I gotta run. So I didn't have enough time to fully tell you about my new promotion, our house hunting. I didn't ask you any questions. So a proper represents a complete or a full. Okay, so let's do this again. When I get to the word promotion, you're going to open your mouth and say the next part. Good thing you got that promotion. Yeah, exactly. Anyway, I got to run. How about lunch next week for a proper catch up? Last part. Sounds great. I'll text you later. So this is just the pleasantry we exchange as the person leaves, as my friend leaves. Sounds great. This is my way of saying, yes, I would love to have lunch with you next week. Sounds great. I'll text you later. I'll text you later. So I'm using the future simple because it's a promise or a commitment, and we will confirm the details when, where, for our lunch by text is what that sounds like. I'll text you later to finalize our lunch. Okay? I'll text you later. Native speakers, I'm sure in in your native language as well, we don't add additional words if it is obvious. There's no reason for me to say I'll text you later so we can arrange lunch. I mean, that's obvious. What's the point of saying it? Sounds great. I'll text you later. And then you say, talk to you soon. Talk to you soon. Talk to you soon. Talk to you soon. So it's just a way of saying bye. Talk to you soon. Talk to you soon. All right. So that's a great conversation. You learned a lot of natural vocabulary in that. So I definitely recommend you watch this lesson again because you are learning a lot in this lesson. You may not realize it, but the vocabulary, the grammar, the sentence structure, the pronunciation, you absolutely should watch this again. Okay, so now we already had small talk with the stranger in the cafe, but let's move on and you can have small talk with a neighbor. So a neighbor for this house, this is a neighbor and this is a neighbor. If you can see my mouse moving. So the house in the middle, the person directly on one side is a neighbor, and the person directly on another side is a neighbor. But we also use the term more generally, even if someone lives 5 houses from me, I would still consider that person a neighbor. Okay. So, although technically it's the people that live directly beside you, we use all the houses in a small geographical area is a neighborhood. Neighborhood. So, we also refer to people who live 3, 4, 5 houses away as our neighbors. Okay. So, small talk with a neighbor. Here we go. Hi, Donna. How was your weekend? It was pretty it was pretty relaxing. We just stayed close to home. What about you? Okay, so you see your neighbor, let's say your neighbor's name is Donna or whatever. Hi Donna, how was your weekend? Pretty standard. How was your weekend? How was your weekend? Remember the weekends in the past. It was pretty relaxing. Pretty is a modifier. Pretty relaxing. So it's like saying somewhat relaxing, pretty relaxing. We just stayed close to home. So if you ask your friend what they did last night and they say, oh, I just stayed close to home, it means that they probably either stayed at home or maybe there's like a grocery store 5 minutes from their house. So maybe they went to the grocery store and came back, or they went to the park and came back, but they didn't go very far. Okay. So we just stayed close to home. What about you? So this is how you can ask the exact same question to the person. What about you? So it's like asking, how was your weekend? What about you? What about you? Okay, so I'll get to the word weekend and then you're going to open your mouth and say the next part. Here we go. Hi Donna, how was your weekend? It was pretty relaxing. We just stayed close to home. What about you? Okay, let's go. When I get to thankfully, you can say the next part. Same here. We got some last minute yard work done, thankfully. Oh, perfect timing. I can't believe it's already snowed. Okay, same here. Same here. So if your friend says, I'm really tired. Same here. So it's like saying, I am too. But in that context, because in this context, it's we stayed close to home. And I'm saying, same here. We stayed close to home. So, whatever the context is, I'm tired, same here. It means I'm tired. We stayed close to home, same here. We stayed close to home. So, it changes depending on what the person said. Same here, same here. We got some last minute yard work done. So, we got some yard work done. This is actually an alternative to saying we did some your yard work because you do work. That's the verb with work. You do work. Yard work is work you do for your yard, for your property. So, depending on what kind of climate you're in, it could be cutting your grass, mowing your grass, raking your leaves, weeding your garden, planting a tree, shoveling the driveway, trimming your trees. All of that would represent yard work, and you do yard work. But notice the sentence structure is just a little different. We got some work done. So even in remember, this is using the word work. So you can use this in the workplace and say we got some work done on the presentation. We got some work done. We did some work on the presentation. So it's just an alternative sentence structure that perhaps you're not familiar with. Last minute means that there's an available time you can do something, and last minute means right before the deadline, right before the deadline. Now if you look at the next sentence, I can't believe it has, that's this it has already snowed. So the deadline in this context is you can't you can't weed your plants if your plants are covered in snow. So in North America in fall, there's certain work you need to do before winter. So that's the deadline. So last minute means before winter. Okay, so I when I get to thankfully, you open your mouth and say this part. Same here. We got some last minute yard work done, thankfully. Oh, perfect timing. I can't believe it's already snowed. Did you get this contraction smoothly? I can't believe it's already snowed. Snowed. Okay, let's keep going. Have you started your Christmas shopping yet? So, this is based on the season in North America. Christmas is coming up. When you're making small talk with your colleagues, your neighbors, is going to be based on what events are happening. Winter is happening, Christmas is happening. Those are the two main events. So, this is based on that. Have you started your Christmas shopping yet? And then you. Honestly, I haven't even thought about it. Have you? Have you? Have you started your Christmas shopping? So, in the present perfect, in question form and in negative form, it's very common to use the word yet. Yet, to acknowledge that even if the answer is no, it's still possible to do the action because it's an ongoing time reference. Have you started your Christmas shopping yet? Honestly, I haven't even thought about it. So, the present perfect from the past until now, I haven't even thought about it. It being, of course, Christmas shopping. I haven't thought about Christmas shopping. Have you? Have you? This is in the present perfect, but it doesn't use the verb because it's obvious. Have you? Have you thought about Christmas shopping or have you started Christmas shopping? Okay, so when I get to yet, you open your mouth and say the next part. Here we go. Have you started your Christmas shopping yet? And of course, instead of Christmas shopping, it could be whatever. Have you started the project yet? Have you started your yard work yet? Have you started cleaning your closet yet? Have you started baking cookies yet? Whatever it is. Okay, our next one. Yeah, I decided not to leave it to the last minute this year. Okay, you? Well, good for you. Are you guys going away again this winter? Okay, let's start from the beginning. Yeah. So this yeah means yes, I have started Christmas shopping because the last question was, have you? And it's yeah, yeah. And then I provided the reason why I decided not to leave it to the last minute this year. So remember, the last minute is the last possible time before the deadline. In this case, the deadline is Christmas, December 25th. So the last minute would be maybe the 23rd, the 24th, a few days before Christmas when you go and do your Christmas shopping. So if I decided not to leave it to the last minute, it means I'm starting now because I have an entire month to go Christmas shopping. Okay. And then the neighbor says, well, good for you. Good for you. So just acknowledging you're doing something positive. Good for you. Good for you. Are you guys? Notice in the guys in this case is not gender. It's not for males. Native speakers commonly use guys to refer to a group and it's gender neutral. Okay. So even a group of friends, female friends, will greet each other and say, hi, guys, even if it is all females. Okay. So just it's referred to a group. Are you guys going away again this winter? So going away means leaving the city you're in. So it could be for a short vacation or it could be for a longer period of time. It's unknown. And again means that we did it previously. Okay, so when I get to year, you open your mouth and say the next part. Yeah, I decided not to leave it to the last minute this year. Well, good for you. Are you guys going away again this winter? We sure are. So we sure are. This is like an enthusiastic yes. So if someone asks you, or if you're going to the party on Saturday and you say, we sure are, it's an enthusiastic yes. We sure are. We sure are. We leave at the end of the month. We leave at the end of the month. So just notice those prepositions. Okay, when I get to month, you open your mouth and say the next part. We sure are. We leave at the end of the month. Oh, that's so nice. We have family staying with us over Christmas this year. So, oh, that's so nice. Just acknowledging, wow, that's nice. You're going away. So, just acknowledging what I said. Oh, that's so nice. That's so nice. We have family staying with us. So, the family will be sleeping in their home. Okay. We have family staying with us over Christmas this year. Over Christmas means the duration of the Christmas period. That's different for everyone. It could be from December 23rd to December 27th. It just depends what you view as the Christmas period. And it also depends what kind of time off you get at work, for example. So over Christmas this year. Okay, I'll say it again. When I get to month, you open your mouth and say the next part. We sure are. We leave at the end of the month. Oh, that's so nice. We have family staying with us over Christmas this year. That'll be nice. That will be nice. That'll be nice. That'll be nice. So just like this person said, oh, that's so nice. I'm doing the same thing. So we commonly use nice to acknowledge that someone said something positive. That'll be nice. So the fact you're having family staying with you over Christmas. That'll be nice. And I see you already have your snowmobiles out. Ah, so this is very winter specific. I see you already have your snowmobiles out. So, snowmobile. Do you know what a snowmobile is? Well, it's a vehicle that you drive on the snow, but not like a car, of course. It's more like an ATV, uh, but a snowmobile, a ski-doo snowmobile. Okay, so snowmobiles out. And out means that they're visible. So this is true. My neighbors in their driveway, I see snowmobiles. So the out means the fact that the snowmobiles are visible because in the summertime, you don't keep your snowmobile in the driveway. That would be unusual because it's only used over winter. Just like in winter, we don't keep our bicycles or our lawnmower on the on our yard. So certain things are just seasonal here. Okay. So when I get to out, you say the next sentence. That'll be nice. And I see you already have your snowmobiles out. Yes, we just need a little more snow. Yes. So just, yes, we have our snowmobiles out. So, yes is just acknowledging that. Yes, we just need a little more snow because you need a certain amount of snow to operate a snowmobile. And right now, there isn't enough snow. There's just a small amount of snow. So, we just need a little more snow. Okay, so the next one, when I get to four, you say the next part. Well, be careful what you wish for. Exactly. Very good point. So here, well, be careful what you wish for because my neighbor just said they want more snow. But when you get more snow, it could be because there's a blizzard, it's freezing cold, you can't leave your house, and there's also a lot of negatives associated with more snow. And that's why I say be careful what you wish for because there are negatives involved as well. Well, be careful what you wish for. Be careful what you wish for. And then the neighbor is acknowledging that there are negatives associated with that. So, exactly, very good point. So, very good point when you want to acknowledge what someone said is truthful or beneficial. Exactly. Very good point. Very good point. Okay, when I get to 4, you say the next part. Well, be careful what you wish for. Exactly. Very good point.
So far in this masterclass, you've improved your grammar, sentence structure, vocabulary, pronunciation. Let's keep going and you'll learn the 50 most common irregular verbs. The first verb is the most common verb in English, the verb to be. To be, was or were, been. Notice for the past simple, we have 2 choices, was or were. Your choice depends on the subject. I, he, she, it was. Yesterday, I was sick. Yesterday, he was sick. Were is for you, we, and they. We were sick yesterday. They were sick yesterday. The participle been, I haven't been sick in years. Become, became, become. Yesterday, I became sick. Have you become sick? Begin, began, begun. I began the project 2 weeks ago. Have you begun the project yet? Bring, brought, brought. She brought chocolates to the party. She had already brought the chocolates by the time I came. Buy, bought, bought. She bought new shoes last week. She had bought the shoes before she got the promotion. Choose, chose, chosen. Notice the pronunciation difference between our base verb, choose, and the past and the participle. Choose, chose. Ooh, oh. Choose, chose, chosen. She chose me for her team. Who had chosen that book? Come, came, come. She came home late. Has she come to the party yet? Do, did, done. I did the chores. Have you done the chores? Drink, drank, drunk. She drank the entire bottle. She's drunk 2 bottles so far. Drive, drove, driven. Who drove you here? I was driven by my friend. Eat, ate, eaten. I ate early yesterday. Have you eaten yet? Fall, fell, fallen. She fell really hard. She had fallen before it rained. Feel, felt, felt. I felt bad. I haven't felt fabric like that before. Find, found, found. I found 10 bucks on the street. Have you ever found money before? Fly, flew, flown. They flew to Paris last week. I've flown 5 times this year. Forget, forgot, forgotten. Oh no, I forgot to buy milk. Have you ever forgotten someone's birthday? Get, got, or gotten. You can use either one in the past participle form, got or gotten. Gotten is more common in American English. Yesterday, I got a speeding ticket. Have you ever gotten a speeding ticket? Give, gave, given. I gave her a box of chocolates. Have you ever given someone chocolates? Go, went, gone. Such a common verb, but I hear a lot of mistakes with the verb go. Go, went, gone. Yesterday, we went to the store. They've been gone for 20 minutes. Have, had, had. She had a great time yesterday. We've had a great time since we got here. Hear, heard, heard. Yesterday, I heard the best song. Have you ever heard that song? Keep, kept, kept. The politician kept his promise. Have you kept your photos from your trip? Know, knew, known. I knew she did it. I've known him for 10 years. Leave, left, left. She left at 5 o'clock. She had already left by the time I came. Lend, lent, lent. I lent him some money. Have you ever lent anyone money? Let, let. That one's easy. She let me keep the money. I've let 5 people into the room so far. Lose, lost, lost. I lost their number. Have you ever lost your wallet? Make, made, made. They made a terrible mistake. Have you ever made a promise that you didn't keep? Meet, met, met. We met last week. Have you met Fred yet? Pay, paid, paid. I already paid the bill. She had paid the bill by the time I got back from the bathroom. Put, put. That one's easy. I put my new shoes in the closet. Have you put away your groceries yet? Read, read, read. Notice the spelling is exactly the same, but the pronunciation changes. Read, read, read. Yesterday, I read my book for 20 minutes. Have you read his autobiography yet? Run, ran, run. He ran a marathon last week. We've run 3 tests so far. Say, said, said. Who said that? She had said that before our conversation. See, saw, seen. I saw a movie last week. Have you seen that movie yet? Sell, sold, sold. We sold our car. Have you sold your house yet? Send, sent, sent. We sent the package last week. Have you sent the package yet? Sing, sang, sung. She sang in the shower yesterday. Have you ever sung in the shower? Sit, sat, sat. She sat down and broke the chair. Have you ever sat beside someone famous? Sleep, slept, slept. I slept terrible last night. Have you ever slept outside? Speak, spoke, spoken. Who spoke at the wedding? I haven't spoken to her in years. Stand, stood, stood. He stood me up. Have you ever been stood up? When someone stands you up, it means you made plans with someone, usually romantically, like a date, but the other person didn't show up. They didn't come to the restaurant at 7 o'clock like they said they would. So, have you ever been stood up? Or have you ever stood someone up? Hopefully not. Swim, swam, swum. I swam in the ocean last week. I haven't swum in the ocean for 5 years. Take, took, taken. She took our photo. Have you taken anyone's photo before? Teach, taught, taught. She taught them how to use irregular verbs. Have you ever taught someone how to use irregular verbs? Tell, told, told. She told me the truth. Have you ever told a lie? Think, thought, thought. I thought it was a good idea. Have you thought about moving? Understand, understood, understood. I understood her explanation. Have you understood all these irregular verbs? Wear, wore, worn. She wore her green dress to the party. She hasn't worn her blue dress yet. Write, wrote, written. I wrote the answer in my notebook. Have you written the essay yet? Amazing job with this masterclass. Do you want me to make another masterclass just like this? If you do, put masterclass in the comments below. And of course, make sure you like this lesson, share it with your friends, and subscribe so you're notified every time I post a new lesson. And you can get this free speaking guide where I share 6 tips on how to speak English fluently and confidently. You can click here to download it or look for the link in the description. And you can keep improving your fluency with this lesson right now.